welcome back once again, homies. This is True Summer League. There's action right here on Challenge the Qualifiers. I am Ravishing Ravishing, most ravishing man the internet. Joined here by my side once again by the illustrious Smacks. What's up?
Illustrious. All right, I'm down for that. I'm doing a great right now, Ravish. Oh my god. One of these days, I'm going to learn how to talk and do my casting job, and it's going to be much better. But yeah, great. It's a good Sunday. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Happy Father's Day to every father out there. Good for you. Good job. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and talk about what we have asked you today, some League of Legends instead. I don't know if there are many fathers playing League of Legends. I will be surprised if they are. But what matters is that perhaps if they are watching today and they don't know what's going on, Summer, we can explain to them, how they perhaps got here, why they're confused, and maybe what's going to happen today throughout the entire time that they watch this wonderful NACL day, where we can talk about what's going on. So what's the format? Let's just go ahead and jump right into it. Just to explain to everybody what they might not know.
Yeah, we can give that a little bit of a look. So we are currently in the NACL qualifiers, and those are the games underneath NACL proper, which, by the way, is going to be starting up in about 3 hours. So if you're an NACL fan, stay tuned for that later on today. But for now, the qualifiers, we have 32 teams playing in the Swiss format, which we can see on the next slide. We had all the committee votes and everything get these teams to this point. They played through the Swiss. We have now cut that 32 in half right down the middle to 16, which is where we find ourselves today in the group stage. All of our groups look exactly like this one with all the teams slotted in. We are today on Group C. And 2 wins in the group stage and you qualify for the playoff bracket.
That is indeed correct. We'll be looking at those A1, A2 matches. And once you get to the qualifiers, we'll end up with a bracket like this, which will be decided in about 2 weeks or so once you get through all of the games. Naturally, we do have to go through the losers, the lower bracket, I should say, to eventually do get here. But don't worry, we got a lot of time. And as you mentioned as well, to get into this qualifier, going through here, winning the finals, and becoming the champion of OQ1 and 2 throughout these next couple months benefits you greatly as we head into the final tournament at the end of the season. You'll get a ton of points and pricing as well based upon how many games you win. Remember, winning matters a ton. Each win is worth 5 points, and continuing forward in the groups and elimination bracket, winning the stages is worth 20 points. So going on forward, you can rack up a ton of those. And especially if you keep on winning, the things keep on getting better and better for you, especially as you look at how much money you can win. It's quite nice. That's it right over here. The disparity between first and second place is a decent amount. So now you want to take it. Remember, of course, we're here trying to support all Tier 3 players. So this right here helps even more. Shout out to everybody for doing their thing to help out the overall average scene. Nonetheless, we'll go ahead and take a look at our games for today. We haven't quite gotten into it yet. We will have 2 best of 3s going on today of League of Legends matches today, Summer. Who are we watching, though? Are we watching just 5 friends in a dream, or are we watching professional players?
A little bit of both, I think, in the qualifiers. Wow. We've got, it's a lot of 5 guys in a dream here in this qualifier tournament, which I absolutely love. I adore teams like that. The first of which, though, I think is more of a team org that we've got going on, and that is Team Ambition. This is a team that has been around for a while, at least the org itself. The roster of players only retains 1 member. That's Kachu from the spring. Kachu stepped in to replace Town, thank you, who moved up to CLG Faith. And speaking of CLG Faith, they also bring Bejani onto this roster alongside Levitate and Snow, the bottom lane of Team Tony Top, who did in fact qualify in the spring, but Team Tony Top did not actually end up moving on. So now Team Ambition are the members, are the team that ended up with these members. So very exciting roster. These guys did go 4-0 in the Swiss, and unfortunately did only lose that 1 single game to Mirage Alliance.
A tough call, but of course only losing the first seed is nothing to be necessarily, be down about. But their opponents, on the other end, may have other things to say as that they've had perhaps a tougher go of it to get all the way here, that being lit, I believe. So that we'll go ahead, take a look at their opponent's roster as well, to see what we're dealing with. It's Teamless Revenge. Teamless Revenge is, firstly, their logo is kind of sick. It looks like it was like gonna get burned down with a match. I find that really, really cool. And with the likes of Diesel, Alexis, Enigma, Inorb, and Zatsmod, right? Players we've seen throughout the scene for quite some time, but once again here looking to make the name for themselves.
Yeah, and Zatsmod trying to make a name for himself on the new name, previously known as Julian in the collegiate space. So this guy's back. Diesel's back. Enigma is back. Yeah, just this is one of those rosters that does feel like 5 guys and a dream. But like I said, that is the heart of the qualifiers here. And you know, unfortunately, we did drop off the oob from Inori B. But you know, still the same guy.
That is true. I was very sad. I always found it very, very funny whenever I got to see the full name when I had the opportunity, but it's okay. Because perhaps you can focus a bit more on what the B decides to draft for themselves. By the way, this is something that perhaps you will understand and nobody else in this broadcast will. Every single time I see the word levitate, my mind immediately goes to the Kendrick song when he says levitate, 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 levitate. It's
me too.
I've never been able to get it out of my head, and thank you for understanding for my pain when I hear the name.
Every single time, no, it happens to me too. I'll just like hear someone play-by-play casting, and then I'm just like levitate, 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 levitate. It works so well. I wonder if he meant to do that. Actually, I have no idea. But
I don't know if Levitate is a country fan. But what I am a fan of though is the bands we're seeing so far. Draven and Draven and Varus is something that I find is a bit of a traverse from what he experienced throughout the past 2 days. As the most common bans have been things like the Nico, the Lucian, the Yumi, as those have been left up, and along with Milio too, still around. Poppy take it away, so might be signifying that Team Ambition wants a full run-in type composition.
Definitely could. I think the dashes being stifled a bit is really annoying, so I like taking away the Poppy. I also like responding to that with the Vi. That is one of the champions that is most annoyed by Poppy's W, so I guess that makes a lot of sense. The super powerful enchanters are still available, and with them Zeri, so I am a little concerned by the lack of the Yumi and the Milio ban, and now the Zeri too, as Team Ambition, yeah, they're going to be picking that one. Seems like Zeri and Yumi together are kind of a free win on this patch.
Yeah, they've continued to terrorize many rifts so far, and it seems that they will shake hands, so no Zeri Yumi, but Emilio on the other end for Teamless Revenge, alongside the Maokai, which is more like going to go jungle, so they're already showing, a bit of their hands, and there's the Yumi. I wonder if Kachu decides to pick up the jungle this time too, considering the Vi is also gone, so I find Wukong has been the most common pick in a lot of these types of matchups, but let's see what they decide to pick.
Yeah, you definitely want something that can keep up with Zeri in the front line and make sure you're standing in front of her. So Wukong actually does fit that really, really well. I would love to see that pick for Limo. As far as Teamless Revenge, they are probably going to be looking for their marksman here, something that pairs well with Milio. There are a lot of champions that can do that quite well. I think the best one that we've seen most often is Aphelios. You just have the extra range, the extra versatility, and he really likes having a lot of extra movement with the speed up that Milio does provide. As you rightfully called out the Wukong. Nice job.
Yay, I did it. All right. Who knew? It's Valorant Caster guessing League of Legends champions. That's crazy. But we can go and talk a bit more about what's going on at the other end of the draft, which is the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw, of course, got a small little tune-up just in the previous patch as well, so I'm sure he is quite happy about that, and he'll be picked alongside Milio to give him sort of movement speed and staying power and make sure that he doesn't just get exploded, as most Kog'Maws do many a time. And now with the first place locked in, Teamless Revenge have a couple of options, both sides for the solo lanes to see what they decide to pick, and the Yasuo is the first ban. Okay, taking out some assassin power.
All right, yeah. Removing some of the synergy with the knock-up here for Limo also. Kachu is a guy that likes to play a lot of these melee mids, so I'm not too surprised to see that one taken off the board. I would not be surprised to see Kachu on other assassins like the LeBlanc, who we do have to address probably at some point today, is going to be rocking with the Static Shiv build because, yeah, that's where
Did
we're
you
at.
have much status shift along yesterday, Summer?
Oh yeah, and I love Static Shiv. I think it's hilarious. I think it's good, and I think it's way too strong, but hilarious.
Yes, it is.
So I'm in favor of keeping it around.
Shock! Who knew that the avid LeBlanc player would like the bust of LeBlanc and what LeBlanc can do? Truly an astounding discovery I'm making today. But that's a Syndra now gone, so likely signaling towards the LeBlanc pick, which they take the Azir into instead. Interesting decision. I don't necessarily mind it, at least also helps with the consistent going that Team Ambition are positioned towards, but this should be a LeBlanc pick.
Yeah, there's a lot of synergy with Azir and Maokai as well, especially if you end up seeing Maokai go for the Abyssal Mask, which shreds the magic resistance of all opponents. Very useful when your damage is Azir and Kog'Maw, who both deal a lot of magic. So looking forward to seeing if that's something that Teamless Revenge wants to go towards. Obviously, a lot of playmaking with those two ultimates, too, the Nature's Grasp into the Shuriva Shuffle. So I'm looking forward to it. I think this comp for Teamless Revenge is really cool. It's just they are playing against Zeri Yuumi, so can they actually do anything into those two champions? I don't actually know.
I don't think so. That's because just how strong everything is. But there is the Horse Melee mid that we were speaking, the Assassin power once again reigning supreme with the Akali, which, hey, that should be a lot of fun to watch. I have not seen Akali in quite some time, but I do love whatever Akali gets ahead, and just the terror they reign with the K'Sante locked in has been the go-to pick for pretty much all laners as either a blind pick or just any pick at all, and that has been the most common counter or for just staying power in lane with the Scion, another big beefy boy. Given over to Teamless Revenge, so they got Maokai, Scion, and a lot of the damage cementing from the Azir and likely the Kog'Maw. So they've got quite a ways to go before they can do a ton of the game. Meanwhile, Team Ambition, they're looking to get rolling as soon as possible.
Teamless Revenge have a lot of dudes that just kind of stand there while Zeri shoots them from a mile away and you can never lock her down. So that's kind of a problem, I think. They really need the Azir ultimate to land on Levitate in this game, and that's not going to be easy. So, Teamless Revenge, good luck. You'd put yourself in this position. You didn't ban Zeri, you didn't ban Yuumi. Now you got to see if you can actually beat it.
Teamless Revenge have, with like you're saying, with a standing still and staying their power, they have what I like to call as, which you'll appreciate this, I'll go and refer to them as the walls of data tech, or Dateko, as they're referred to in the hit anime Haikyuu. They kind of just stand there intimidatingly and make sure you cannot pass. Which, I don't think about it, that's another reference, but it doesn't matter. On the other end, though,
reference.
Thank you.
Look,
that's
that's a Haikyuu banner right here.
I know.
You know which,
I'm a big
which
fan.
school this is?
I can't really tell the color. If I could tell the color, I would be able to tell you.
Yeah.
But,
Maybe I can change my lighting real quick so you can see it better.
I mean, I want to say so. Depending on if it's purple, blue, or it is blue. So that would be Aoba Josai.
Yeah, it is Abba Josai.
It
says rule the court, which I think is super badass.
That is very, very cool. I wish I'd remembered any of my kanji. It has been a very, very long time since I was actively studying Japanese to try to go to Japan and like just be amongst them. So this time, but you know what though, I have been looking to get back into remember my hiragana and katakana, but I can talk about that later. As of right now, this summer, I want you to talk about how these two teams will eventually clash, especially looking at the first 5 minutes of the game.
Well, we do have a big front line, a huge front line, in fact, for Teamless Revenge, which, like I said, is not super effective most of the time into Zeri, but is actually quite good into things like the Akali, where you have that assassination potential and you want to access that backline. Very difficult to do so a lot of the time into Maokai and into Scion. So that means that this Kog'Maw actually does have quite a lot of protection. Alongside Milio, I think this could be a very effective game for Inoribi, who actually got targeted really hard in this draft. The Draven, the Varus, the Lucian, all taken away from that role, going back to the maybe 4th string Kog'Maw pick. This is a pretty big opportunity for Noribi to show that team fight power that we're hoping to see from him today.
Summer, how long has Zeriyumi been just the most prominent pick of the meta?
Ever since the split started, I'd say. So just like the entire summer split, but it will be gone on 13-12 because they're removing Sheen from Zeri's kit. Basically, you can't Sheen someone with the Q. Do you know how Zeri works?
Yes, I do know how Zeri works.
Okay.
It's,
Yeah.
well, hey, that's mean. I play League of
I mean,
Legends.
no, I'm Zeri's weird. I'm not saying that you don't know things about League of Legends, but you play top lane, so like I
That is also
genuinely
true.
like would not blame you if you didn't know what Zeri's Q did. But
Yeah.
it's the burst fire, the little
Yeah.
shot. It counts as her auto
And
attack.
then
They
a
make
little
it so
auto
you can't
afterwards.
sheen
Yeah.
with it. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Because your Q is the auto, and then and the auto is kind of the Q when you're looking to proc the things
Yep.
afterwards. Yeah. Yeah. I get
Yeah.
that for sure. But either way, yeah, it is unfortunate, but that for all Zerayumi abusers that they can't do this because I feel like for as long as Zerayu has been the meta, Lucianami has been there like just as prevalently. I feel like just for as long. I
Yeah.
want to say for the past like year, it's
Oh,
been
for
the
much
exact
longer,
same
yeah.
consistent bot lane. Yeah.
Yeah, that duo has existed for longer than Zeri's been in the game. So, yeah, that pair is really, really good. That pair is actually also taking a pretty big hit next patch, where they're nerfing Mandate, they're nerfing the Font of Life interaction with Echoes of Helia, they're nerfing Lucian's passive damage. A lot of stuff is getting hit with that. So I've still been having a lot of success with Nami, but that's just because I am the best Nami on the server. So
I mean,
there's that.
you are literally a master, so I can't contend against
am.
that claim, unfortunately. Now, if you were a challenger, then maybe I could perhaps make more of an argument, but it's fine. It's okay. You're probably, like, as of right now, probably the highest rank caster out there. Because I can't imagine how much solo queue any of the color casters playing, I'll be honest.
don't know.
Besides
I
maybe
think
Cubby.
I think no, Cubby's in Diamond Low. I think I'm the highest in NA. Maybe Kobe's a bit higher than me right now. Kobe typically sits in like GM. And you know, LCS has had a lot of downtime recently, so maybe it's not the time.
LCS has been kind of chilling for a bit, yeah. But hey, you know, they were up back this week. Summer split starts up again. Everything looked really good.
It was fun.
Rafa got dunked into water. That was very fun to see. Made me happy personally.
Yeah,
And
FlyQuest is 0-3 in 10th place, which is insane. I don't think anyone expected that, but here we are.
Yeah.
LCS is a very fun time.
no one did indeed. But it's because Vulcan left them, and that's why. Because Vulcan joined, and he was like, you know what? It's okay. I want to fly, and he got his wings chopped off. Anyways, I can talk more about semantics later on. Aside from that, though, I didn't want to go ahead and center back into the game as we have a bit of time to go before we get into the draft. If you don't know, we do have to wait for the 3-minute delay to happen just to make sure we're keeping up for competitive integrity. So teams are not, shocked and surprised when they can see the live map on our stream. We do not want this to be
I wonder
recreation
where the jungler is.
of Season 2 Worlds. Exactly. Yeah, we don't want to just pop a little thing to the side. But with that, the game's ready to go. Let's go ahead, hop right into the game, and see what we can experience within our first best of 3 between Team Ambition and Teamless Revenge. This was supposed to be the time that you transitioned. I forgot producers. I feel like you guys
They're
are
working on it, man. Don't rush them.
You guys are inting me, man.
There we go. Come on. Don't rush them. We're in here. Okay. All right. Just right off the bat, I was very curious to see if Kachu would do this. He has fleet footwork. Do you know what that means, Ravish?
That means that he's looking for survivability in lane, Summer.
That's one thing that it means. The other thing that it means is that he's probably going to build static shift.
Okay. All right. I was halfway there. All right. Cool.
Yeah. So the reason that fleet specifically is good with static shiv, first of all, they both apply at the same time. It's both the energized attack, but two, do you remember when Akali was building Turbo Chem Tank?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
That was a horrible time in League of Legends. Yes.
Yeah, that's what this is.
Oh,
It's the same thing. The only difference is that instead of building like tank items to deal damage, you're building damage items to deal damage. But it's like It's attack speed and stuff, so it's not like amazing, but the damage is really high, and specifically the wave clear is ridiculous. You one shot these waves, so you don't have to use all of your energy on Akali to kill the minions anymore. You can just auto them once and they're all dead.
No. You know, one of the downsides to picking Akali in champions like her and LeBlanc used to be that you can't, side lane as well. You can't,
Yeah.
just push as effectively. That is no longer true. That is a
Right now it is
terrifying
not.
fact to behold. Yeah.
Yeah, but the specific interaction that's making it a problem is, you know how when you charge up your fleet footwork, you have to do so by walking around?
Yes.
On champions like Akali and like LeBlanc, when you dash, it charges your energized really quickly because it counts as like gaining distance, which is what made Turbo Chem Tank so strong on Akali before. So now, when you're playing a champion with a lot of dashes, you can get a lot of hits off of your static shiv and of your fleet footwork as well, just because you are moving around technically with the dashes. But that's probably something that they're going to hit, because that's what they did to nerf Turbo Chem Tank back in the day. So I'm expecting that that's going to be the big nerf for this item, for LeBlanc and for Akali's sake. But I think it's still going to be really good on a lot of champions after that.
Cannot wait for that to happen. Anyways, though, for now. Both junglers started off on opposite sides of the map. Lima was spotted as well in a ward, as Lima got to the roam a little bit early, get the ward down there by the chickens. And so, they'll be aware of his pathing and position, knowing that he's heading towards top side, so bot lane can't often already be in that spot. Can afford to get a lot more aggressive, can afford to push a lot more too, as they know that their junglers also on their way down to them, which is exactly what they're doing. Zero Yumi, of course, not going to wave clear as greatly early on, but now Inori and Zats are, I find, unafraid of just, chilling right in front of their tower.
Yeah. Trying to get this priority off for their jungler to go take the Scuttle Crab. Seems to be working quite well. As we've got a Excelsius, I think that's what it is. Like the Christmas song.
I imagine it's like, you know how they said in that one, it's in some movie or something, where they said Excelsior. I imagine it's like that, but it's like Excelsis.
Well, I think that's a word in like a Christmas song, isn't it? The Gloria, and then
we don't have Christmas in
about?
India. We don't have Christmas
well.
in India, Summer. I couldn't tell you.
Fair enough.
But not. I think we do, anyways. But I generally have no idea. I think like maybe it's a song. I've heard like 5 Christmas songs. Yeah.
I don't remember the rest of that song for now, but you know what? It's not Christmas. It's Father's Day, and
that's true.
There aren't enough songs about Father's Day, I think. There's
You're right.
There's that new Sam Smith song, Unholy.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh my God.
Wait, he's just dead. I did not think Bajani was gonna oversell like that. Like he was doing a good job trading, but you gotta remember, my brother, you have no damage early on as a Cassante. Like that got removed for you, and Diesel is a very tanky boy. So yeah, and he also works off percent health. So I don't know what you were doing, but hey, nice.
Yeah, and the only good thing here is that Diesel used his flash to get that, and Bajani still has his. But I mean, even there, that is not what you want to start this game off with. I think the rest of the team here for Team Ambition is like, guys, let's reset here. Let's figure it out. We're gonna be okay. It's just our tank. We still have the Zera Yumi. But yeah, it's not a great way to start off the game for sure.
No, and we were seeing a draft as well that we are hoping that for Team Ambition's sake, coming as a higher seed, a lot of the game plan I find where it just does revolve around getting an early start in this game. They want to snowball, especially things like Kachu as well, and Levitate if they can, to gain early tempo in the game. Dimitri and I were talking about yesterday about how it does feel as though in this meta, whenever a team gets a decent enough lead, the losing side is just left to just hope that the other end makes a mistake. That's kind of just it. You were left in such a reactionary state where you're hoping for some good luck. Doesn't happen here though. Both sides still pretty even. Dragon taken by TRB.
bet he learned that casting LPL, huh?
I bet he
Dimitri
did.
now. Moving up
Yeah.
in the world.
I'm pretty sure Adam
He's pulling
Silver.
a TSM, leaving us for China.
You know, I said that yesterday, and he denied those facts immediately, which I think is very funny.
You know, he's been a TSM fan for longer than I've known him. So I think the conspiracy is true. I think he's following TSM. That's why. Whoa.
Oh, speaking of solo mid, it seems as though Kachu is also left all alone, but manages to get out alive. A-okay. Fun fact about me, I've also been a TSM fan since I started watching League of Legends back in 2014.
Oh.
Yeah,
I am a fan of when Azir ultimates go the correct direction. Unfortunately, Enigma pops it the exact wrong way so that Kachu gets a free escape.
Oh, Bajani's dead again. Yeah. Was getting a bit aggressive, trying to solo kill Diesel with no mana. He does not have the dash up. He could try to do something here, but W will do nothing. And Diesel gets a 2-0 lead in 7 minutes in the top lane. What?
Yeah. That's pretty good. Bajani did actually flash this time around as well. So 0-2, no flash. He's up 10 minions. And other than that, things are not looking very good up there for Bajani. I'm feeling a little grim for Team Ambition. They do have the Zarayumi. Again, I got to bring this up again because this lane is so broken. But if your front line's not anything compared to the enemy team's front line, then you do have a lot less protection on this champion. You rely much more on Levitate's ability to keep himself alive through his dashes.
But we could perhaps look at Limo now, setting up for a lane gank, like he's not aware of the ward that's around. But may not need to be. Wait for them to push in. Zatsmod is there. And there's consistently looking to clear the wave. Goes right into Limo. They focus on Inori B. Flash right away along with the Ghost popped as well. Knocked up once again. But they are so far. Levitate can't get close. And they'll knock out all the sums for bot lane.
Yeah, I think that's one of those positions where you probably aren't going to catch a Nori B. He does have that Ghost. I would have preferred them to switch focus onto Zatsmod a lot sooner than that. I think that probably would have resulted in a kill. But regardless, all of the sums are down. As you mentioned, this could just be a repeat gank as soon as Cyclone is available again. Or maybe when Snow hits level 6, which he does just right now. So now all of a sudden, Inori B and Zatsmod can't even survive the 2v2 as we have a Maokai ultimate up top.
Yep. Imagine lockdown Bajani. At least they know, they've seen that this is the weakest link currently right now in this lane. Lemo though, W's out, still gets knocked up. Smite taken, and they deny the eye from Teamless Revenge.
I think there's no way to get into this pit. Maybe Excelsius is gonna like pop over the wall with a blast gun. No, it's a little too risky there. Kachu is gatekeeping quite nicely, so no eye at all. But there is a nice little 300 gold bonus for taking that Rift Herald.
I do wonder if he is also gaslighting Girl Bossing at the exact same time. I would hope so, or else just gatekeeping is kind of cringe. But when combining all three, you make Triforce. Is
true.
What I want to say.
Yeah, Trinity Force Akali, the gatekeeper build. Oh my god, speaking of gatekeeping, did you see that guy who gatekept the donut place? Did you see that whole mess?
Yeah, it was
oh my god, that was hilarious.
Yeah, it was Steve Lacy who did that, by the way.
What? Wait, really?
Yeah, that was Steve Lacy. I don't know how people don't know this. Like, it literally says his name in the video, where he says it's his official account. I think it's really funny, but I'm gonna talk a bit later about that. But Johnny can't get the knockback, so he'll be fine. But yeah, it was so awesome because I already thought Steve Lacy was cringe, because I've seen performances of him on stage and he's just ego on that is crazy. But now the fact that he's gatekeeping, oh, I guess right away.
Whoa,
gatekeeping a bagel place is crazy. Levitate doing a bunch of damage, pops the ultimate, but he's in a 3v2. Limo's are on the side. They should know he's here. With Kachu as well getting spotted on the ward, and his gank has gone wary.
Okay. This is what I was talking about with the Zarayumi engage as being a problem point. for Teamless Revenge to deal with, but it looks like they actually survived it quite nicely, only using the Zats mod ultimate of the Milio variety. So, okay, I mean, like I said, I think they really do need Limo to come right back down, but at this point, Inori already again, so I think they're stalling out a bit on Team Ambition's side. Not the biggest deal in the world. Like I said, I gotta keep bringing it back to this. They have Zerayumi. They have late game. But
I'm gonna start. So for what I've counted, I think you said that already 6 times. With this,
can't be 6. I think it's only like 3.
It's 6. Summer.
Damn. All right. Well, my bad.
Might be 7, but I'm gonna keep a count of that for how often you say Zerayumi, and then we'll tally it up at the end of the day. Go ahead, vote and chat, and let us know what number you think Summer will be at by the end of this game.
Oh man.
Oh, Kachu takes a unfortunate dive in. Up against 4 different people, isolated on the side. Inside the shroud, and manages to get out. But now, as the rest of the fight commences, still fighting on the dragon, doing a decent bit of damage. Perhaps they're looking for a way to stop all this, and a silent ultimate will be the exact ticket as the rest of Team Ambition get out.
All right, I mean, Team Ambition, again, they really can't do a single thing in this game. The front line is so beefy with the double Sunfire for Excelsius and Diesel. And, I mean, even though Diesel's not even there, just the one frontliner is enough to deter Kachu from doing anything too crazy. All right, see if this dive works.
Let's see if they do have the cycle. There we go. That's onto 1, a punch of lockdown. That's 1 taken for Limo, but now there's more support. Excelsius is in. That's a 1-for-1 under the tower. So they at least they get the trade, but crucially, Inori gets the kill.
Yeah, that one's going pretty big on the bot lane. I will say for Teamless Revenge, Inori B getting the kill is very, very important. Like we keep mentioning, the AD carry for this team has so much protection on Teamless Revenge, and a lot of those team fights are going to come down to how good this Kog'Maw can actually be. The kill on Team Ambition going over to Wukong, much less impactful, as you know, there is already the Trinity Force, but you really want all of that gold to go over to Levitate. You're kind of a one-threat comp, even though you have an Akali.
Yeah, you are not going to have the greatest times, and the Kali as well hasn't been able to do a ton either at the beginning of the game. So, tough times right now for T8. But don't worry, they have one factor that I will not mention that's pretty persistent. We were looking for them to get rolling early on. Has not happened yet, but Limo is trying his best to accelerate at least if they can for Levitate. Has not happened yet, though, as TRV seem to have the basic control of this game. Even as right now, they're just marking Limo wherever he wants to go. Kachu's around. They want to attempt another dive bot.
Yeah, I think this is just going to end up being pressure enough to take the turret, which is gold for Levitate. Shout out Levitate. Great job getting all this money. Levitate, levitate, levitate,
levitate, levitate.
As a wise man once said.
The wisest of men. You know what's crazy to me is that he won a Pulitzer as well. I don't know how many rappers have actually done that. It's so cool.
Should I Google it? Let's find
I think
out.
you should Google it. Yeah, how many rappers have won a Pulitzer? For those who don't know, we're talking about Kendrick Lamar, young KB, young Bay Scott. But no, that's a different guy. But
Kendrick Lamar is the first rapper in history to win a Pulitzer Prize.
What?
I think he's the only one, though.
Shut up. Well, I mean, the first one in history just happened to be the only one, as he's setting up a little death brush for Excelsius. Levitate around. Okay. He gets slowed. Bot. That's just a little bit cheeky.
And it got canceled.
Okay.
TP got canceled.
Man, but Johnny's having a tough game, but maybe they try to get one. Yumi comes in, steals that kill within seconds. Kachu was looking to get the 2-0. Not going to happen. But hey, at least he got one.
Yeah, all right. Getting a couple of those kills on Team Ambition. They're still in a pretty strong gold lead, and at the same time, it's like they didn't need Limo's attention in the bottom lane. He was able to attend the Rift Herald pit instead, which will be dropped immediately. All right, another turret going over to Levitate. You have to imagine nobody's here to defend this at all.
No. Should be pretty easy taken. Charge goes in. Bam! Easy dive.
Whoa.
But instead, oh, quick zoom out as we have the rest of the team walking the cycle alongside it. The Azir turret goes up, but far too slow. But by the end of it, Enigma flashed and gets the kill.
Snow, I think, was trying to ward over there and ran into a Maokai, which is one of the least. Oh my God! Wait, hold on.
Oh no, this is a tough situation to be in. Kachu comes around, gets locked down, and Bajani one more odd will be able to do it. There's a stun, and finally they get it with the rain from the skies from Inori.
Okay, Team Ambition are getting a little sloppy with this one all of a sudden. I think the play really was just Rift Herald the mid and walk away, but instead they Rift Herald mid and like try to go for some scrap. They're trying to ward at the same time on Yuumi, and like this is just really messy. Still a lead, it's still there, and I'm gonna bring the count up to 7 begrudgingly. It's Zeri Yuumi, but I don't know. This is not feeling like a really strong performance at all. I'm pretty disappointed so far.
Yeah, it does seem as though on Rally Cry 2 that seeding does not matter. It's
at least in the first games, yeah.
Yeah, first game, which is crazy, but we'll see if that continues to go on. They know slow point, they don't want to give up, but Yuumi has the ultimate up and around the side, looking to capture as many of them possible. Kachu as well. He is on a war and does not know this. Now he's like to be aware, and we'll have to go around the corner to make a difference if they possibly can, just drawing some attention. But he's on a ward there again. The entire top side of that jungle is covered by Teamless Revenge. Dragon though being poked down just a little bit, but Johnny looking for a way in if they possibly can, but they're holding him on the outside.
Oh, here's the engage.
Kachu, yeah, manages to get out. It's quick feet, but as the rest of them walk in, Zeri Yuumi get the lockdown. A big cyclone, but that gets pushed out immediately by Enigma. And the rest of TRV now look to walk in. And Nori be far away from the backline. All that's protection support, but Levitate does so much damage. That's the run back. And the fake out with Yuumi being the next target. 3 go down for Team Ambition.
The flash on Maokai is basically the only possible way to reliably lock down this Zeri, but that's exactly what is still available for Teamless Revenge. Sure to be 3 Drakes in a row as soon as the Maokai and Azir finish taking that one down. And Nori going to mid lane instead. There it is. 3 Drakes in a row for Teamless Ambition. And they somehow still don't have the gold lead quite yet. But as you said, this is feeling like a big seeding upset is upon us right now. 9 kills to 3.
I mean, remember, this is the BO3, right? So we've seen that game 1s can be a little bit interesting. I'm sure game 2 and if game 3 does happen, might vote a different result. Nonetheless, for now, hey, these guys could also just be West Coast gamers, right? So it's early. You know, they're waking up a little bit. Might need a bit of time before they get used to just having their eyes open for at 10 a.m. in the morning. I personally get it. As of late, I've been having to get used to waking up at 8 a.m. and it's been soft summer. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been a rough time. Up so early in the morning online on Discord, it's kind of cringe.
It's very lonely, you know, but at the same time, you can just like spend time outside in nature. What do you think about that?
But the issue is I wake up that early because I have to work. So.
Oh. Well, work in nature maybe is. Can you do your work outside or?
I can't. I have to film and edit indoors on my PC.
Oh. Well. Yeah. I guess there's nothing good about waking up early then at all.
No, there's not.
You're making money though, right?
I am making money. You're right. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah,
I've got benefits.
We got a good thing.
I can afford to go to the dentist now. I haven't gone for years.
Yeah, fix those teeth.
I hope they're fine, actually. Anyways, Ultimate gets popped. Levitate walking in. The lockdown onto no one as your wall used defensively. But Lemo still finds a way into the backline. Knock up onto one. Still gets pushed back again. Excelsior doing a great job of keeping all the threats at bay. As now Nori B in the front line. In front of everyone. Naturally, Kachu takes him and gets out easily. They're still looking to chase. They cannot find him.
Okay, yeah, everyone gets out from Team Ambition other than Lemo. But yeah, it just feels like a bit of a robbery. They're actually able to pick up Inori B, who is most of the team's deaths. However, even though Kog'Maw is dead, looks like it's still going to be enough damage to start up this Baron. There's no Zeri ultimate, although Kachu's a bit threatening. Ooh, Shuriken doesn't land.
Yeah, it's a little bit soft if you get the knock up there too. Kachu's still staying alive in the middle of the smoke. Zatsmod, meanwhile, will be the first target as Diesel looks to get out. But they have the potential that with a Shuriken landing will be another sneaky kill by Kachu. Meanwhile, the rest of the team for Team Ambition is falling one after the other. It's still it's 2-for-1 by the end of it. So they're coming up positively, but I don't think Humus Revenge wants to stop that. A double kill taken. That make that a 3K, but this time give it to Nori B.
And I don't like walking into melee range of the Maokai there at all for Levitate. I think that is the exact only way to lose these team fights. So gotta be much more careful in these pretty losing positions now, as I think Teamless Revenge, once they get this turret, will have the gold lead for the first. I think they can't kill the turret. Oh my goodness. They're so close, Ravish. They almost have a gold lead in this game where it feels like they've been ahead for the entirety of it.
But they just can't seem to capitalize on a ton of it either because, like you're saying, they don't have a single tower taken.
That's true.
The macro slides seem to be just favoring Team Ambition the entire time, who managed to clear out all first tier 1's towers, but at least they have the dragons, and fights are consistently going in their way. So, what it seems like is that TRV just need to wait to scale, and one good team fight later in a 5v5, and they can just walk it down mid. It's my personal trend and thoughts of it.
Some good analysis here, Ravish. Walk it down mid.
Yes.
Especially coming from a Yorick player, that's not something that you do very often.
Not once have I ever walked it down Mega at Yorick. It's always been a single side lane. You will never catch me in the mid lane. That short rinky-dink lane. Never. Yuck. But
lane size matters for you.
Yes, it does. I don't want to... I want to say so many jokes, but we'll wait to see as Inori is around once again looking at the mid tower. They should finally be able to get this, their first tower of the game, and they still don't have the gold lead just yet, 1,000 off, but Dragon is up.
Yeah, so this is going to be the soul for Teamless Revenge if they can pick this one up. The flank from Limo, I think he's spotted. I don't think this is going to do a whole lot other than reveal his position, which is miles away from the Drake pit, which is kind of exactly where Teamless Revenge wants him to be. So this is a very strange position. I think Team Ambition is getting creative with this.
Yeah, just a little bit. They're once again towards the extremities of the entire map. But Johnny's around, look to find one. If they can get Limo, that would be a huge pick. I see Levitate with Diesel around. C goes up to help Excelsis. And they're just keeping them all at bay, hoping for a possible engage. Can't find it. Yumi and Silent Ultimate used, but nothing comes of it. Two pretty decent ultimates. They can be used for a huge team fight shift. Not gonna happen, but Johnny spotted. Knock up there, but Johnny's still isolated towards the side. He's pretty tanky, so they can't focus him down. Look at Kachu too, though. He's still there, but Johnny now gone. Pops the ultimate. About to take the first target. He's poking them away. Gets a ton of damage down. Kachu's still around the corner. Look at he get a Nori B if he can, but that's one more down. Limo is dead, but so is Zatsmod. They put up the wall. Kachu's in the back line. He assassinates another, and Nori's still alive. Both sums taken away, and finally a shutdown. And the ace for Teamless Revenge.
Oh, the front line difference is just too big for Teamless Revenge right now. Both of the tanks staying alive the entire time. Nobody can take them down. And this is the issue that we presented in this draft, right? Kachu is not threatening to either of these two guys, and Levitate is put farther and farther behind the more of these fights that Team Ambition can't win. Bajani getting solo killed a couple of times in that top lane is really starting to take effect in this game, especially now that there's a mountain soul for Teamless Revenge. Levitate needs to get like a Black Cleaver, he needs to get Laura Dominic's Regards, he needs to get every single tank buster item he could possibly find in this game in order for Team Ambition to do any sort of damage to these guys.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough situation if you're looking at, what TA can do at this point, because we mentioned it the entire time. They had the macro control, they had 3 turrets, but the pacing and just the overall composition difference has been on the side of TRB since the beginning of the game. And now it's finally coming to show as they have the goal lead for the first time, 1,000 goal ahead. They have Mountain Soul, which means that their massive front line will be even better, and they can look to just run it down towards the top lane. My favorite thing to do.
It also makes it more tricky for Kachu to one-shot a Nori B, which is another great thing for Teamless Revenge. Taking down this turret, you can start to see they are actually getting more gold. They're taking all the structures off the map. Finally, Teamless Revenge can get these down.
Tower defense, the game is working out. Lizimo also has to pop out of there as he's isolated by himself. Zasmod round. We'll just poke him just a little bit. That'll leave them to dissipate from the map. Now the next target for these two teams should be the Baron as you're 27 minutes into the game. But I believe TRV knows that with how ahead they are, they want to at least push and try to open the base.
Look how insane Milio is, just giving everybody on the entire team range and Ardent. I don't think he can deal any damage to that Maokai at all.
No, Excelsis actually healed throughout the entire time.
Yeah.
The only thing that actually went down was Mana Bar, which is the only differential that I see. Aside from that, they now have complete control of the game. TRV can just go wherever they want to, as Bajani tries to do something. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a bait for the rest of Team Ambition to leave their base, which actually did work, as they thought maybe they can go over to the Baron, but Teamless Revenge didn't actually fully commit to this Cassante. Ravish, I think this game is kind of over.
I agree. It is. It's been over for just a bit, especially after this that has happened. So that's okay. But this should be the final cementing. A 0 wall up. Bajani's in the middle of the entire team fight. Kachu's still doing his thing, but can he do more of it is the question. One assassination and Nori's dead. That's a big threat gone, and they're finding more and more. I think Kachu may have saved the game for a little bit longer, and Levitate is online with 2 items. Zeri and Yumi are going wonderfully and swimmingly together. Zasmod does not get away. He's pretty fast though. Slows down once again. 1 Murado. There it is. Levitate gets third of the game and Baron on the table for TA.
Well, as soon as I said the game was over, Ravish, Team Ambition wake up finally in this game at almost 30 minutes in, attempting one of the team fights entirely front to back, and they bring, crucially, Inori B underneath the turret with that Cassante ult. That was probably the biggest play that we've seen Bajani make in the entire tournament so far. Very nicely done to him, and the rest of the roster just following in line. Oh my, it feels like we've been waiting for that moment for the entire game out of Team Ambition.
With so many frontline protection pieces, you would have thought that Nori B would have stayed alive, but nah, he's been caught out a bit too many times in this game, right? He, especially as the one of the main damage sources, I'm hoping that he, stays alive for a bit longer and position himself a bit farther back. He is Kog'Maw, so he can poke from much farther away. And I think he's learned his lesson from here. But still from this point, it is just Baron. TRV and TA seem to be at even footing currently. But an Elder can definitely switch that.
They've tried to teach him this lesson 5 times, and he's failed the class 5 times, I must say. So gotta be a bit more careful this one. Gotta study up in Ori B, as you are the big damage dealer on this team. 3 items Kog'Maw. That is nothing to laugh at. You do a lot of damage. You're not supposed to laugh at that.
I'm sorry. It's just stop. I'm just somebody who goes against the grain.
Okay.
You know what's funny is that in university, if we failed a core course 3 times, we were kicked out of the program.
Oh wow.
Inori B has failed that course 5 times.
Yeah. Are you saying that Teamless Revenge should kick him from the team?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I was making a joke about university. I do not wish ill upon any player. They're all wonderful, and I'm very happy to see teams still striving and pursuing their dreams of becoming professional players in North American League of Legends. Hooray.
Good. That was a good press release comment on the situation. Is Team Ambition, they've got their Baron. They're sieging some of these turrets. The Elder Drake is now up. And even though Teamless Revenge have taken the last 4 Drakes in a row, this one got to be the most important, you have to imagine, as Teamless Revenge need to fall in line for this.
They do. As this can effectively keep and put TA back to the lead. We're looking at Kachu once again to see what he can find in terms of assassinations. Levitate, like the first target. Kachu won a war. They're all going in and rushing. They want Levitate first, but he's staying alive with the Yumi. It's a big snipe. And one more again. They find the Shuriken, and Name was his first target, but he's not golden. They look onto Nori, who's in the middle of the team fight, and Zera Yumi do far too much damage. They poke down them all. The Triforce, the Hurricane, and the deaths of many. A triple kill for Levitate.
Can we go to the next patch already? I'm so done with these 2 champions. I mean, nicely done to Levitate. Good job. You played the Zeri. You played it with the Yumi. It's just ridiculous. I don't know, man.
This should not be happening.
I can't pretend to be impressed by these champions for any longer.
Yeah, like it's like it's just things that shouldn't be happening. Like for example, like if Tristana did that, that would be cool.
That would be so cool. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. I miss Tristana.
I love Tristana. You know, one of my favorite, at least favorite plays of watching the game as a fan of the LCS is I think it was Summer Finals. Ooh.
Okay, I'm impressed by that. Kachu was going crazy in this game.
Dude, Kachu has had literally fight-saving plays throughout the entire time. They get the smite. And the assassinations that he's had throughout the entire game have been painfully impressive.
Yeah.
Keeping
this is
TA
not an easy game for
close.
Akali either. This is a really, really impressive showing from Kachu. Team Ambition, they really needed it in this game for sure as Kachu. 7-1-6 in this game, doing an insane amount of damage, finding these one-shots, preventing people from entering that Drake pit as well. Team Ambition now have the Elder on their side, and, you know, we can say Zerayumi as much as we want, but this game is impossible to win without the complete acrobatics from Kachu in these last few fights.
Yeah, because even after a certain point, once Kachu got rolling after the tougher early game, right? I know we've been harping on in a decent bit, but he's also not at a fault at a certain point because as a Kog'Maw and alongside Milio, you can stay alive for so long with a person like Kachu constantly hunting for you, right? And he has enough setup and CC power with Limo that he can look for an assassination very, very quickly. Ghost and Flash will not save you, or save you at least once in a team fight. And there have been far too many fights alongside this entire game that it's, I believe it was a famous song that said, just can't help it.
True.
Yeah.
Team Ambition, they now have the Elders we've been mentioning. This is completely game warping buff that they have at their disposal. Teamless Revenge need to make sure that they don't give in to a 5v5 while that is active. But at the same time, they can't keep losing all of these structures. They now lost one in the top side. I think if an inhibitor goes down as well as the mid one that's already dropped, then this game becomes very, very difficult to overcome. You can only have so much wave clear on this team, and yeah, it's very tricky for them to even get over to this Baron pit, and you're starting to see the snowball of these objectives just cascading onto Teamless Revenge.
TA under the pressure right now, under the microscope for what they can look to find. Soul, the Soul seemed to be not deterring them for taking objective after objective, Elder after Elder, and now the second Baron of the game given over. This is the first game of the day here, Summer. And it's 35 minutes for a TA. And the fact that things have extended this long is impressive for both sides. But now we're finally in final team fight territory. Baron in their hands. TA have to look to end off the game here.
I do just want to add real quick, the other stream is already in draft for game 2. So
Jesus.
we are the long stream again today, I think. Teamless Revenge, Team Ambition are going the distance. And Teamless Revenge specifically have gone the distance now. I do believe the Elder has expired. So They now don't have to deal with the double threat of Elder plus Baron. It's just Baron. And, that should be buff enough, but they do still have the Soul, and they've won a bunch of these team fights. They even have an Anathemas there for Levitate's sake, just denying all of that extra damage. The fights that have gone very well for Teamless Revenge are the ones where Maokai W lands onto Levitate and everyone can just focus fire onto him. So I would love to see if Teamless Revenge can try to replicate that again. It seems like it's been a bit since a Maokai W has hit Levitate.
Dude, watch the series go like 40 minutes, 3 games in a row.
Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day. All right. Levitate is a champion alongside the assistants. Kachu did it by himself, creating a disturbance. Yeah, that was questionable. At worst, I'd say. Anyways, now they can probably find an angle at a 4v5. Johnny's gonna flash over. And Lima as well has to get out of there. They found an angle because Kachu gave himself up.
Yeah. Oh my, Diesel! Diesel's committing.
Oh yeah, he's going all the way into. He put down the ultimate. Lima was the first target. He pops the ultimate. They've got to get out the Levitate, but look at how much damage he's doing with the Yumi. He's still poking them all down. Once given enough time alongside the rest of his teammates, he could probably just win this entire team fight. But that's once the ultimate does expire, which the rest of them are waiting for. They're running them down towards the second bot tier 2. They have a wave, and they can look to at least break open this tower. That should just be it, though.
Oh, wait, but okay. Kachu is spawning in 5 seconds. He has teleport. This could still be tricky.
Limo just managed to get up pretty quickly. Diesel as well.
Here comes Kachu.
Quite low. We'll have to get out of there. We're inside the base. Like you're saying, Kachu's around. Look for the assassination if you can. Onto Diesel. Finds one quick snipe. And an immediate stopwatch as well. Flashing away. And he gets out of there. Limo the next target. There's the GA. And takes another one. Can he get out alive, though, is the question. W's not up for another 5 seconds. It's not going to matter. He, too, will fall.
Okay, but Levitate is still alive, so Team Ambition don't lose anything more. These team fights are getting really... Oh my god. Oh.
Okay. Levitate has the exhaust. Bit overconfident. You do still have a front line. And in order to be sold as damage. Now Bajani goes in. By himself. He has one. Okay. He gets his assassination. He's falling tech enough. He's doing Cassante things. But I don't know if he can Cassante for this long. Has Kachu here. Once again, they do enough damage. Look at the assassination. But Johnny stayed alive for so long. I'm sitting down. I'm gonna sit down. I usually cast standing up. I'm gonna sit down. This is dumb. This is genuinely so dumb.
We're 39 minutes in, and we're just all out brawl. This is like an action movie. Everyone's running in to fight the protagonist one at a time for no reason. We've got the Elder Dragon spawned now. Everyone's still respawning into the base. I'm having a great time here, Ramesh.
Who's the manager who's the manager for Team Ambition? I need to have a word with them. What's going on here? What's up?
You need to speak to the manager.
Yeah, I need to speak to the manager. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, everyone is alive now for the Elder Dragon fight. Let's do a quick sums check. Yeah, nobody has anything. All right, great. Let's see how this is gonna go.
Hey, not true. Here's the thing. Zatsmod has flash. There you go.
Oh, true.
And a teleport as we look at the second Elder of the game. With Limo now in a bunch of damage. Gets the smite. He steals it away. This fight might just do it. That will be the ending call. All of them will fall. The Elder does his thing. And the green-haired menace will reign supreme on every member of Teamless Revenge. Get me out. Get me out.
41 minutes, all of that for an Elder 50-50 coin flip. I love League of Legends Revenge. Welcome to the qualifiers, everybody. I hope you're having a great Sunday. Team Ambition. They don't get upset in the first game. Our third seed takes the first victory in this best of 3.
Summer, I'm flabbergasted.
There he is. He's sitting.
I'm not getting off for this. Man, that was... League of Legends happened in front of us for 45 minutes. We all experienced it, and I hope everybody had a great time. That's all. We're going to go into game 2 minutes. Stick around if you want to. See you soon. Bye for now.
Bye.
League of Legends, what was witnessed on this very channel about 5 minutes ago, and we're about to experience more of it. Welcome back to the qualifiers. I'm Ravish. We're here once again by Smacks. Hi.
Hey, what's up? We got a fun series today. Oh, Team Ambition. I read the chat after that game. First of all, hi everybody. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're all having a great day. I did see a message from Piccolo, who is, I think, on the coaching staff for Team Ambition, I think that actually is their manager.
Okay, good. Nice.
But he says, let me find the message again. Where did it go? We just wanted some team fight practice. They got it.
Understandable. You know, that's fine. As long as I have a substantial response to the manager, I'm happy. I hope practice has been gained.
If that wasn't team fight practice, I don't know what is. You know,
I agree.
41 minutes. Elder, Baron, Elder again, Baron again, Baron a third time, and all of that for a smite steal for Limo. Which, I mean, you know what? Shout out to Limo for getting that Elder smite. I'm sure that felt great. I would love to hear the comms from that to see if they were as exasperated as we were by the end of that game, because they had to play it. So yeah.
As much as Summer and I joke and kid too, you guys seem like you're also having a lot of fun on there, and as are we. But we can't help the things that are just a bit ridiculous, unfortunately. As Teamless Revenge has, thank God, learned their lesson and banned Zeri. Thank you.
Yeah, we can probably ban Milio too, I would imagine. That champion's pretty good, so I would be 100% down for a ban onto that one. There are a few things that were banned last game that are not so far. Lucian is one of them. The Varus as well. Two champions that were... Varus specifically was taken away from Inoribi, as Levitate's been the one who's been playing a lot of Lucian with Snow's Nami. So going to be interesting to see where the bot lanes tend to go. Maybe this is going to be another Varus ban. Okay, no, it's Maokai. All right, taking away a lot of the champions from last game.
Yeah, so I wonder what the B1 is gonna end up being. Like you're saying, like Varus might be locked in if they want to take it. But the change from last game is that Lucian is now not banned away. So this can be another Enchanter Lucian bot lane, like Lucian Nami. Could see Lucian Lulu if they feel so inclined, but I doubt it.
Team's Revenge also had Poppy banned away from them in the last game, but not the case this time. So maybe that's something that we end up seeing. I haven't seen a lot of Exelshis play before, other than that Maokai game that we just saw. So maybe a big Poppy comfort there, as Team Ambition moving instead toward Levitate's Aphelios, which we've seen quite a lot of, especially in the last split on Team Tony Top in all of its variations with the naming conventions. As he's going to be there, and then Snow is probably going to pick a Lulu alongside it.
Yep.
That tasted purple.
There we go. Yeah. I like that. In the hit game Legend of Runeterra, which 7 people play, 6 including me, Lulu does not say that. Lulu says other things. Yeah, Lulu does not say that tasted purple.
What does she say?
Lulu says other fearsome things. Said things like I'm gonna get you, or how did that hurt?
Okay.
It is much more pedantic, I want to say. But nonetheless, Team Revenge picked up a pretty solid composition from what we've seen through all the qualifiers, and the meta in general: Lucian, Nami, Wukong. Clear engage, scaling bot lane, early power. I like it.
Yeah, big fan of Lucian, Nami myself. These two champions just
Shock.
work so well at every stage of the game, really. And as I mentioned yesterday, Nami has way more crowd control than a lot of people give her credit for. She has the most crowd control of any enchanter in the whole game. 2 spells that can knock up your entire team for a very long time. So got to be very careful around this champion. This Team Ambition are no strangers to some knockups. They now have a Gragas as a flex pick for their squad. A lot of Bombas in our near future.
But here's the thing: the bubbles are very hard to land. So
not if you're me.
If you get a okay, all right, cool, good job. Ooh, I'm Summer. I'm good at Nami. Yippee.
You wanna see my OPGG real quick?
No, I don't. No,
Oh, you don't. Okay.
No, I don't. It's
All
like
right,
it's
I'll show you another
man.
time.
If we're bringing out OPs, man, I can just go ahead and show you what my first death rate is. Right, neither is impressive, but both are high. Anyways, we can go ahead and we can talk about.
I
Just
kind of want to show you my
game.
OPGG anyway. I think I should. So,
Smacks. Sit.
What's up? What's up?
Jesus Christ. The bans are happening, Smacks. The game's going on in front of us. All right.
All right.
There's an Oriana
Fine.
and a Syndra, and there's a Yasuo as well. There's one more ban. Look, we've all established you are better at the game than I will ever be.
I'm not
But-
flexing on you. I just wanted to, validate to the chat that I know my Nami. That's what I was going for.
Here's the thing, and you know what? For those out there who don't believe Summer, go ahead and look on her OBGG to see what's up. Just go ahead and.
So
see,
I should
see
show
what's
everybody
popping.
right now.
They can look themselves though. I feel like if we're just shoving information down people, it's just not as nice. But if they seek it out themselves, knowledge can become power. That's the thing.
Fair
Jace
enough.
is picked.
Jace is picked. Also, Akali was still available too for Teamless Revenge. Didn't ban that one. They instead went for the Poppy themselves. Maybe that's something that Kachu looks toward again. Had a lot of praise for Kachu's Akali in the last game, so I wouldn't be too surprised about that. It would probably mean that Gragas is going to go to the jungle, as Jace would need to be top lane at that point, though.
And a top lane. Jace makes things very interesting. I know NA Jace is something that people do like to poke fun at, but I think our Jace has improved overall. I've seen Joshi play; he's pretty good at this game.
Wow.
Yeah. Unless as the draft continues on, you do see the Zir locked in as well for Enigma. So trading sides will continue to keep on with the comfort pick and a Scion once again for Diesel. No matter, just saying that it doesn't matter if it's a mid Jace or a Gragas. I'm gonna continue to do my thing, be all tanky, continue on engaging. As a final pick, I wonder what they decide to flex on him. Right, this could be the jungle pick as well too, as Gragas is a potential flex, or they're be waiting around, and I think that's gonna be Gragas jungle and Gwen top.
Yeah, putting the Jace in the mid lane here for Kachu into Enigma's Azir again. The Gwen is a pick that Bajani has played pretty often. I remember in the game against Mirage Alliance, the 4-0 game, Bajani played this Gwen. He took flash on it, and the first thing we saw in the game was Alorum all chatting at him, saying, "Why did you take flash? You're so bad."
I mean,
So we'll see if he does it again.
Look, here's the thing. Flash on Gwen is unusual, right?
Less than
It's
optimal,
very
yeah.
out of the norm. Yes, I agreed. A little
there.
bit unoptimal. Also agreed. Because, Gwen has the ability to dash, move over walls, and also a invulnerability hexagon that she can exist inside for far too long, and that moves with her at least once. Now, to be fair, Gwen as a whole is a very fun pick. I enjoy playing Gwen very much, and is great into picks like the tank that, like the tanks that we're seeing Diesel pick up so far in this series. Now, can Bajani, this time maintain supremacy? We'll have to see, as he was caught out a little bit earlier on the game, twice to 8 times, and had to play from behind for a majority of the game. To be fair, the game went 40 minutes, so it didn't really matter, now did it?
It did not. It really did just come down to that one last little Drake steal. But still, you're making great points. Diesel did a great job up in that top lane. And Diesel's been a guy who's been playing tanks for as long as I've been casting him as well, which is actually quite a long time. He was in the Diamond League that I used to cast back in like 2020. So it's me and Diesel go way back. Sort of. I don't know. I don't really know the guy very well, but I do know that he knows tanks. And clearly on that last game, he has shown us some good stuff. I do want to point out, though, Ravish, Gwen W is an octagon.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that? Like, is there something like in the lore or something, or it's just there because of the...
I don't know. maybe it's because it's supposed to look like a stop sign, because you stop dealing damage to her.
Oh, that would actually make sense.
You stop having fun when she presses that button.
You do stop having all the fun. In my head, now that I think about it, I guess stop signs are octagons.
They are. Yes, that's
I've
the
ne-
most
I've
famous
never
octagon in the world, I think.
That can't be right. What's
What
the
other
most famous
octagons
octagon?
are there?
Hey, chat, let us know. What's your favorite octagon?
It's probably a stop sign. Maybe a waffle.
Waffles aren't octagons. Waffles
There
are
are
big old
definitely
circles.
octagonal waffles.
Okay, but here's the thing. Most waffles are like, I want to say, like
Circles.
at max circles. I've also seen some hexagonal waffles. If let's say your waffle machine is weird and different, but
Right,
by the
yeah.
way, it's just makes it different. Fun fact: I, for some reason, cannot eat waffles. I get a tummy ache every time I eat them. I can't do it,
Wow.
which is why I've been a
It's
pancake
like a-
person for my entire life. Yeah.
Do you think it's like a gluten thing?
I don't think so, because I can eat pancakes just fine. I can eat bread. I can eat anything else. Just can't have waffles.
That's interesting. Maybe it's
Yeah.
well, yeah. I guess the way that the waffles rise, maybe like the air pockets in them make you like. Can you eat like waffle cones?
I've
like ice
had them fine. Yeah,
Yeah,
waffle
because
cones
those
are
are
okay.
those are like flat, as opposed to like the big fluffy waffles. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe so, but I've also found I can't have an affinity towards super fried food. So if I let's say go to a fast food establishment, for example like Wendy's, that'll also upset my stomach. I can't do
Wow.
it.
All right. That's a shame. I
sad.
like Wendy's.
I do too.
Yeah.
Out of the many times I've had it, I've enjoyed it for the first hour and then not so much afterwards.
I mean, I think that's a normal human experience. I think, unless I just have the same problem as you.
Exactly. All of
Maybe
us
we're both just aging, Ravish.
I'm 26, man. Dude, I played. So here's the thing. A good friend of mine actually recently bought himself a golf set and wanted to go out to the driving range. So I went out with him. I played some golf. Golf is very hard.
True.
I
yeah.
learned that yesterday, and after about like an hour or two playing golf, I realized, oh man, my hips hurt. I should have stretched before this.
Yeah. Well, it's also like if you consider a sport like basketball, the ball compared to the court is so much larger than a golf course where the ball compared to the huge like range,
Feel.
it's completely different. So, I don't know. That's probably also something to do with it. I feel like I would just lose it every single time. How do
It
you
is
like
very hard to
see
keep
it
track of.
go? Like my vision's not that good.
Yeah, I was shocked every single time because you're so focused on trying to hit the ball half the time that
Yeah.
once you look up, it's already like gone super
Yeah,
far
no.
away.
I don't know how anyone sees that. I don't
Everyone
know.
has supervision. That's the thing.
That's the thing you need to have to be a golfer. I guess I just don't have it myself.
Every
Anyway.
golf has incredible eyesight. But yeah, like you're saying, we can talk a bit about the game as we're about to head in about just 10 seconds. Let's talk some more about the draft, how they'll interact, and our expectations for the early stages of the game.
Yeah, so we do still have the same solo laners for Teamless Revenge, and I was pretty impressed with these guys for most of that game. I mean, the team fights ended up getting very messy later on, but I think they put Teamless Revenge into a very strong position just off of the early stages alone. I would even go as far as to say that Lucian and Nami are stronger in the bottom lane as a pair compared to what they had the last game too. So if they can keep that level of success up, Teamless Revenge may just run away with this early game and have a faster game than game one, which was 41 minutes. I feel like it's impossible to have a game go longer than 41 minutes. As a knock on wood right there.
Would agree. Let's see if you can hear my knock on wood here. Did you hear that?
No, I couldn't hear it. Could you hear mine?
I
think my
could.
noise
Yeah,
got
I
rid of
could.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright,
So you know
perfect.
what? Instead, what I'll do is I'll do this instead, which is a fun thing I can do with my mic stand. I'll talk about that later as Bajani seems to he's there. It's fine. But what I can do is I can make things dramatic as game 2 on the horizon. TRV down 1 game. Loses bracket. Could be a pawn, either one of them. Let's see what happens.
Let's. Got the topside start for Excelsius. What were you asking?
Did you hear that?
Yes, yeah. When you were talking?
No, when I strummed my little string here on the mic stand.
Oh, I guess I can hear that a little bit. Yeah, I didn't pick up as to what that was.
I do have my nose gate on Discord, but it's fine.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, maybe it's not there for the VMix. Maybe everyone at home could hear that one.
Yeah, hopefully everyone at home enjoyed that. But Nori B has to pop heal, and Levitate is just walking on in. That's why it's got to walk away as well. So that's a fair bit of damage going over. Yeah,
double heal as well. We were saying that Inori B and Zatsmod should have the early advantage. Not happening, though, as Inori B now has to use all 3 of his potions before he's even level 2. This is definitely not ideal for the Lucian Nami lane. I feel like they could have won these trades a little bit better and probably set themselves up for a level 2 spike. Instead, it is Levitate and Snow who have that one activated. And you know what? Levitate and Snow, they've been around in this space for a long time, specifically as a pair. So in terms of the bot lane synergy, I think this is more so what we expected from these guys, but even still, winning this matchup is quite impressive.
It's being shown more and more that they are quite proficient in terms of their ability to play with one another, that they could have been doing with one another too. But Excelsius takes decent amount of damage, has double buffs here, looking to deny Limo from some experience, but he is quite low. But with all 3 of them around the corner and the wave now pushed in, Levitate and Snow 2 cannot come and help the jungler.
Yeah, Limo did steal away that big Krug too, but doesn't have body slam.
That's one's dead.
Got a flash.
That flash stays alive, but just barely though. One more barrel can do the trick, and they know that he has to back, but they're putting out so much poke damage. Limo tries to dash on in. One more auto should be able to do it. He's on Ignite. He gets heal back and shield. Beautiful bubble. But Excelsius instead might be the next target. Locked down with the Gravitum. And nobody dies.
Yeah, everyone still sticking around a little bit for Teamless Revenge. Will they? Oh my god, Inori is trying to get the rest of this minion wave, but the turret plate goes over to Levitate and Snow 2. A lot of extra gold for the Aphelios and the Lulu, and look at this. Inori, you got way too greedy, my friend.
Yeah, he should have left just a bit ago, perhaps, but
he can still leave, I think.
He's deciding still not to. He doesn't want to miss into all his farm. But Limo does, though. So this is interesting. He can just come back here. He's not being punished for this at all. That's crazy.
This is... How long is he going to do this for, Inori B? You got to leave eventually, right?
Yeah, Limo is back here again. You have almost no mana. You have Flash, but...
He's just dead.
That's Gravitum. He's just dead. Flashes in the tower. First blood. Yep, that's completely validated. Makes perfect sense. Snow even as well gets a second. Okay, you get 1 kill out of that. What?
Yeah, that was not very good. Inori B definitely needed a recall with the rest of his team there, just incredibly greedy for absolutely no reason. He's now down 2 plates, 2 kills, and has 20 CS to his name alongside a Dirk as all right, well, we've got a bit of a pause to reflect on our actions here for Inori B.
Yeah.
This is very different from the last game.
Yeah, because here's my thing. If Inori backs, right, he comes back with full health, full mana, and likely a bit more of an item, right, a longsword, a dirk, or whatever. He then has the opportunity to likely make that trade, you know, at least one to, you know, like at least like 1-to-1 or even 2-for-1-2, considering considering how just close the overall health bars were. Yeah, as with the pause. Hey, what's up? I'm Ravish back once again. As I pop out of the shadows. Summer, I cannot hear you.
My bad. I don't know if you
There we go.
noticed. Up there, though, Diesel did just die right before we came back to us. So we're going to have to see the implications of that. But anyway, yeah, we did have a little bit of a pause. And as you were talking about before, we do want to maintain competitive integrity. We want to make sure that we're keeping that 3-minute delay so it's not broadcasting the game as it happens on Tournament Realm. So
Yeah.
going to be waiting for a little bit. But yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That
This
is the-
game is not feeling very close anymore after the solo kill. What it looks like was a solo kill up top and all the kills bot.
Here's my thing on this, though. That may be so, but I don't put anything past these teams to do some shenanigans, which I'm sure might
Good
happen.
point.
Yeah, because I'm sure, will shenan once again. On the other end, though, as we wait for ourselves another couple of minutes, once the pause has subsided, to allow ourselves to, like you're saying, maintain ourselves, because with TR, anytime a pause has happened, we have to make sure to wait 3 minutes every single time to ensure that we're not caught up with what they're doing. That's for all those confused. I think some already said it, but I will say it in layman's terms. And I want to know who Layman is, because bro has like just the most exquisite name.
Bro needs a
because
dictionary also.
He does, yeah.
He's gotta learn the language a bit more.
Yeah, he
So-
has. Bro is the most mundane person.
Yeah. Probably doesn't even know what mundane means. So, can't even
Bro says
tell that.
normal.
Like a zigzagoon. Normal type.
There's a lot more normal types than just zigzagood.
That's my favorite one.
Really?
That's not true. I
Zigzagoon is
like
your
Wooloo.
favorite?
Wooloo's my favorite one.
I'm personally a much less enjoyer
that's a
for main normal types. Also,
That's a good
Ditto's a fun
choice.
normal type as well too.
Where's my Ditto? I have one
Where's your Ditto?
somewhere.
I know you
it's
do.
it's in my bed.
I
I'm
know.
not
I
gonna go
remember.
get
It'd be fun if you ran all the way there just
You want me to do it?
just to make a point. Yeah, run. Sure, run. Run, Summer. Dash. Ooh, kitty. Meanwhile, while I have your attention, what's your favorite Pokemon, chat? Let me know. My personal favorite is Alakazam, because he has 2 spoons. He has the most spoons of any Pokemon ever. Ditto. Let's go look at the top lane kill and go back into the game, shall we? Let's see that.
Let's do it.
Woo!
Okay.
Let's see what happens. Oh! Time controls. There we go.
Here we go. Bejani, I believe, just ults Diesel, who flashes away, and yeah, needlework. Nice.
Yes! This is why I'm afraid of needles.
This is
because
why.
they can do that to you.
All right, yeah. I mean, that's pretty fair. Gwen is quite terrifying and immune most of the time, as hopping right back into this game. We're seeing that Levitate is right back to the bottom lane. Actually doesn't pick up too much damage for himself. It's mainly just going to be the boots, saving that for later, but still gold spent that he has over a Nori B, who just has the Dirk. Yeah, so.
But
this
I
gold
wonder
is
if he
quite
has the Dirk and the Nowinski as well with him. Nice little shuffle. And that should just be kill given over. As smacks away Exaucus. And he survives. Hey, look at that. Come on.
Yeah, and the phase rush helping out quite a lot there too. Snow is flashing in.
Yeah, flashes over too. Should be able to catch a Nori. One more. Levitate gets gifted that.
Yeah. Limo didn't think that Snow had it in him for that one. Did you see that? He was walking away, and Snow's like, no, we're killing.
He was taunting him at a certain point. They can, you don't have the moxie. Ooh. Double kill bot lane, though, as they take it, but a close call as well for Kachu again in the mid lane, who's been
Yeah,
escaped death twice now.
Both times thanks to the phase rush. Shout out to that rune choice. Still kind of in danger, I must say. Is quite low. Meanwhile, there are more kills in the bottom lane onto Zatsmod and Anori B. Who
Yeah.
are 1 and 4.
Yeah, it's he is kidding himself to Ralph when he's on the bus saying, "I'm in danger."
True.
Unless Diesel will just run back in the lane. By the way, Perhaps you can explain the interaction because I haven't seen it a ton. I'll talk about that as I believe Limo takes a bit of damage. But when ulting in as a Scion and Bajani pops to W, let's say that Diesel runs straight into Bajani, does he still take the full front? Does he still take the full brunt force of the ultimate?
Yes, because it's a melee hit. As unfortunately Diesel doesn't have ult right now, and I think he's about to be killed.
Yes, he is indeed. Bajani wins out the 2v1. Limo around for the talking, and Excelsius has to do some walking.
Yeah. When your hitbox is your body, then you can hit them in the Gwen immune. It's just like a body slam.
Understandable, and it gets a bit greedy there, thinking he'd probably get one. Limo comes around the corner, snipe, and another shutdown. But the trade back for Snow 2, as who wins in supporter combat? That's mod one another, taking 2 picks on there to help, and it's Snow 2 taking 1 more.
And now they're matching KDAs in the bottom lane. I think Kachu can't phase rush out of this one. Bye. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, we're back to nonsense. This time much earlier into the game and much less 5v5 oriented. It's just constant 1v1s and 2v2s. Like it is Mortal Kombat, you know? We're just playing a fighting game right now.
Do you remember that I think it was just like this combination group that came out in the 2000s? I can't remember what they were called, but they called something nonsense. And I remember they had a song called Mrs. Right.
That sounds familiar. I don't remember though. I'm sorry.
I remember seeing them for any Canadians out there on Much Music a very long time ago, which was pretty much like our MTV. Sorry, never mind. They were called Mindless Behavior.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that was their name. I don't remember if they had any of the bigger songs, but that was one that I remember really came to mind. Anyways, I'll digress. Limo looks for perhaps another gang towards the bot side. Not gonna happen, but this game so far has been very active in the early stages. So.
Yes, it has. that is an understatement. I think we have more kills than minutes in this game, and nobody has even thought to take an objective quite yet either. Nobody's been alive for it.
Levitate is dead. Snow 2 cannot body block for him. And seems as though after early shenanigans, Lucian has decided to use their full kit to their advantage. Makes sense. Lucian is a very early game ADC, and Levitate's going to need a bit more time before any of that happens. The ultimate gets interrupted for Diesel, and Levitate is having a bad time bot lane.
Yeah, he kind of is all of a sudden, even though he does have that first item complete. The Lucian-Nami combination is still quite deadly. Bajani doesn't quite get the second plate. This topside matchup going much better for Bajani, even though he is using the Alorum dubbed bad summoner spell choice.
I do believe that if he had gotten the second plate, he would have been able to get the full item as well too, of the Riftmaker on the back. But because Riftmaker is very expensive to buy, but I think he's just gonna just chill around until he has enough gold to get it, at which he will continue to extend his wave in. After get it, Seeking Witch. Snow 2 still somewhat gets bounced back and still find Levitate, and Snow 2 should be the next target. One more auto will complete it, and there we go, a shutdown to Excelsius.
Wow. The early teleport change coming in clutch for Teamless Revenge. We have a nice kill count right now all of a sudden. Limo's flashing in. Okay, well, it was short-lived.
Unfortunately so. I don't know what more Limo can do here. He is decently strong, but not strong enough to kill Lucian Nami himself. But it'll leave us with some advantages, at least for TA, still across the rift, as they do have, pressure across in terms of turrets. 2 turrets very close to going down, that being both the mid and top lane, both at around 3-2 plates respectively. And even bot lane too as well. If they can push it a little bit longer, they should really get this.
I think so. There's just a Gwen down there, but I believe Bajani has the Demolish, right? Yeah, there it is. So full first turret taken by Team Ambition before the plates even fall. A lot of plates still available up top too, which is where Levitate and Snow are rotating up for the Rift Herald.
You know, it was before they went down. It was cascading in 3-2-1 in terms of the plates. Limo, though, will watch as the turtle gets reset.
Oh,
there are more friends in the
nice.
party. Nice barrel. Levity gets that, and suddenly the fight is much more in their favor. Kachuna also around, and this is a very good position for Team Ambition in terms of the Herald fight. Excelsis can only hope for a steal.
Don't think they're even going to try it either. Rift Herald going to be taken. I think Team Ambition want to use this mid just to take another full turret. We have a Scion ultimate to proxy the minions. Oh, all the way over there. Okay. This is between the inhibitor turret and the inner turret, it looks like.
I think he'll have to play up to back, or is he going to walk through the jungle just to get it out? Yeah, he's going to have to back here, because this is a really awkward position to be in, and Bajani did catch him in the middle of the lane. And just to survive, he had to and maintain his integrity. He had to just, go all the way where nobody was around. Unlucky. But Bajani now from here goes into the brushes, takes all the resources with no wave around, though can't exactly push towards the second tier 2.
This is a very silly game, just like the last one, except
Agreed.
silly in different ways. But I'm happy to be here, Ravish. This is a great time.
I agree, Summer.
Happy
It's been a very
Sunday.
fun time.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're again completely avoiding the objectives in this game. I say again as if it happened last game. It didn't happen last game, but it's been the only thing on my mind for this one is how long can that Cloud Drake stay alive, and how long will the Rift Herald remain in Limo's pocket, which they did not actually use to take any turret plates, even though they could have.
It is a fascinating choice, I want to say, for what they have attempted, but Lima, though, should be able to just take this pretty handily by themselves. Does have Kachu for support, and I do not believe that the other team knows what's going on. No, they do not, as we see the vision toggle. For your dragon, first dragon as well, taken at 14 minutes, mind you.
Yeah.
So, almost double the last timer that we had.
I mean, talk about an Elder Dragon. Those things have a very, very short life expectancy. That one lived a whole 10 minutes almost, so that was a very, very old guy. First Drake of the game taken by Team Ambition. If we get another 2 Elder Dragons in this game, it will be even later than the first game.
That is true. I'm approximating at around like a 50-minute game at that point. If that does happen, and if that is so, then...
You busy today? I'm not busy today.
I mean, I wanted to play LOR, but sure, yeah, no, that's fine.
I actually do have a lot of schoolwork to do. So.
See? Oh no, the one is immune, man. Not mad. Limo's to get away, gets a shield to survive, a shutdown once more for Excelsis. But Bajani should have the trade. There it is, a double kill with the needlework.
Man, I'm still just a little bit shocked at how many times Levitate and Snow have managed to die in this game, considering the lead that they had. I think they would agree with me, so I'm not too... I don't feel too bad about dropping a little bit of flame on these guys, because this has been a very messy game. But Limo's ults have been quite good.
They have. Yeah, Limo's been kind of killing it with Dragon Spirals, right? Just to allow for good single one-off targets. But that is unfortunate. Easy dive. Enigma once again to walk in. Almost dies to the turret. I'm sure Kachu would have been very happy about that. He's having a much tougher game this time, though. Not able to assassinate anybody just yet.
Bajani is on the loose in the bottom lane. Does Diesel have the ult? No, he doesn't even have ult to begin with. But luckily for him, Bajani doesn't have any crowd control. So he's out. Not fast enough fingers to teleport to the Nexus turret, I must say. Unfortunately, only made it to the inhibitor turret. So wasting some time there. Not very efficient of you, Diesel. Poor mechanics on the TP.
But Inori this time, I want to mention, has the second Dirk of the game. Still no Nowinski present from what we're watching.
That's a good point. This is, so is that just like a completed item? Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Just one more. Dirk Nowinski. Are you familiar with who Dirk Nowinski is? I'm gonna talk about it. Johnny is dead. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think that should be the name of the completed item for the full Dirk. As Limo has to walk out of this too. He goes over to the assassin and he dashes, flashes, and back again over.
All right. We got the we got the Graga's ultimates are very, very fun and good still, but Limo goes a little too far that time around, has to use his flash to get out. Kachu, meanwhile, is not having a great time playing against enemy champions, so has instead set his sights on the structures. Takes the Azir turret and tries to push in the top wave as this Jace pretty far behind, I must say, in the mid lane. Luckily, the rest of his team is picking up the slack, and Team Ambition still is very, very favored to win this game, I think, from here. Although the subjective bounty for Diesel, getting some cash.
Ooh,
Cha-ching.
right, money. Let's go. Very happy about that. As a Scion, you're looking at almost 3 items as well. A decent way into the game, so he's just been accelerated and farming excellently. Pretty happy. But I'm gonna say, with this game as it is right now, it really does feel like we're the exact same state that we were in last time. Like TA seem to have like the tempo and like advantages across the map, but still does feel like at any point Team's Revenge is gonna just find some incredible team fight and be able to work themselves back in the game. Just can't shake that
It kind of does feel like that. I'm kind of with you, even though it definitely shouldn't. Team Ambition have a gigantic lead in this one. I'm with you, actually. This really is kind of anyone's game because the fights have just been so scrappy between these two teams. I don't know. This is just an insane series to start off Group C. This is only the first series of the day. So
I know. We have more.
I wonder if the other series is done yet.
It might be, actually.
Let's look. Oh, yep, it is. It is. All right, wonderful.
Yep. Woo! All right. We get the long stream today once again.
Yep. 2 in a row for me. This Rally Cry 2 channel is, you know, they've got endurance over here on this channel.
Rally Cry 2 stands for 2 long games today. That is present within our future. Or Rally Cry 2 stands for I hope you two don't have anything else going on, because you're gonna be stuck here 2 days.
Stuck is a harsh word, you know. We're having a fun time over here.
I agree.
Are we?
I agree. Having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm vibing. Yeah. Watching some League of Legends, talking about what's about to happen right here.
Hey.
Bubble misses Cyclone there, pushed into a wall. The levitate caught out and gone. So to the next target, Limo looking for assassination over the wall. They managed to find it with Bajani in the middle of the team fight. Focus on to Nori, and he's now also taken away with Zatzball the next target. But Johnny and Kachu, like LeBron and Kobe, taking one after the other.
Oh man, alright, nicely done for Team Ambition. That's going to be the Baron for them. Unfortunately, Levitate still finds himself caught out again. That's 4 deaths. Luckily, the rest of the squad, specifically the magic damage dealers, are putting in so much work. Bajani's team fighting looking much better on this Gwen, I must say. This is the perfect champion for these scrappy, insane brawls that we keep on getting with this set of teams. Is that's going to be the Baron.
Finally, TA have a significant lead in the beginning of this game. A massive team fight, and due to the efforts of Bajani, who's having a much better go over this time, right? Gets the advantageous pick. They save that lead. They do see the final pick for him too, and accelerates himself to his 6-1 lead. Alongside that as well, Kachu, who hasn't been able to, be as ahead this game, but
double TP.
still
Look at this.
Very solid. Snow 2 might be the first target. Excelsis gets to knock up the rest of there, and nice wall again by Enigma to isolate Levitate.
These 80 carries cannot catch a break at all. They've got a combined 11 deaths between the two of them. Zanori's trying to make it 12. Oh my goodness. This damage is brutal. Oh, goodbye.
Ooh. Yep, that's it. That's smart as well. So 1 for 2 trade, not bad at all. And through here, they can look to open up both mid and bot tier 2, as they have pressure on both corners. No wave here though. But Diesel should stay alive for quite a fair amount of time, but Johnny can't exactly just walk into the tower. But what they can do is go into the base.
But like with this Baron's mid lane inhibitor turret is gonna fall pretty soon. Actually, okay. I mean, Honori and Excelsius actually do just face tank all the Jace damage, knowing that they can't die and they can just clear the wave and go back to base, I guess, afterwards.
Oh,
Diesel not so lucky.
Instead, Limo as well will instead find one more. He explodes them. He has the Night Harvester as well to end the Shadow Flame. So he's doing an excruciating amount of damage over the wall. They can't help him. Kachu is waiting, and that'll be another kill given over. Meanwhile, but Johnny at least opens up the base, looking to divide the resources.
Oh my God.
Oh, and he shuffled into the entire team.
All right, this is a big set of shutdowns that Teamless Revenge did just pick up. They got Limo and Bajani there. Somehow Kachu still has a shutdown, so they didn't quite pick up all of them. Still 300, 250, whatever. The number's been bouncing around. That code's still there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Teamless Revenge, I think they've still lost this one. This is looking like a much less close version of Game 1, but still very fun.
Yeah, that's an interesting sign, but I find that they're looking to do as much as possible to still keep us guessing whether TRV is gonna make a bad kid, and whether or not whether or not they will keep us on our feet or not.
Yes. Are you on your feet right now, or did you go back to sitting?
I sat back down. I thought it was. I thought it was just appropriate because I was settled in for the long haul, personally, Summer. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. These games are very, very long. So I think Diesel is about to be killed for the 4th time this game.
Indubitably. That's my high rating impression. A wise choice. Thoughts? Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Thanks.
What's your Diesel impression?
Hey, I go in the truck. Hey, what's up? Johnny's dead. Yeah.
Both top laners are dead. Look at that.
Yeah.
A full split map. There goes the bot lane turret. This Teamless Revenge are actually getting more than Team Ambition did on this play. They have bot side control.
Look at Limo. Look at Limo. Look at Limo. He's walking in. Let's see if he can stop them. He's around, but they're all back in. They know they have to run away. The Bill can't land in time. Oh man. I thought they might got something. Unfortunate.
I think this is going to be the Drake though for Team
should be.
Ambition. They've traded these Drakes. I feel like this literally does nothing unless, of course, we are indeed going to 50 minutes. Which, you know what? Better safe than sorry. Team Ambition, they secure that Drake for themselves and go back to patrolling the jungle. Limo, the assassin Gragas, looking for his next victim.
He is spotted though, and I can't remember the last time a League of Legends game did go 50 minutes. In fact, it's because that would be the days of yore, around like season 4, season 5 of League of Legends, where there were no rubber band mechanics, and you would see a Renekton, who was picked up for the early game, but then suddenly he has to go full tank. Now that we're at 45, he does no damage. He just a stun bot. At that point, it's a tough place to be in, but. Luckily, no Renektons here and no 50 minutes yet. I'm just setting up a death brush on the top side. But Smacks,
well,
if nobody comes to the death brush, does it really even matter?
Does it even make a sound? Yeah.
Does it even make a sound? Did I even make a sound? Did I even make a sound?
Oh my god. Okay,
Cyclone.
another Zero.
Yeah, put in. The Needlework does a bunch of damage though. This shuts down Limo, and now around the corner, here comes a Nori B to get down Bajani here too. Both tactics that were taken to shut down a bunch of people. All the damage is now possibly removed, but instead, it's now Kachu Levitate who managed to stay alive through the entire fight. Levitate can finally free fire. He has the opportunity, steps way too far forward, gets saved by the shield, and it can't pop anybody yet. For all three of them are kind of just stuck here. Levitate might be caught, Excelsius around, and flashes over the wall.
Okay, the Baron's up though, and I feel like... Oh, wait. Did that not cancel his recall? Okay, I guess Diesel had like a shield up or something. Anyway, Kachu might be dead.
No.
This is so tricky.
You can never really tell.
Oh.
Zatsumod's dead though. Yeah.
Wow.
Can he
All right.
fight Excelsis? He probably can. Oh yeah. This is a fat wave. But TP is coming in. Excelsis goes away. And Enigma is now once again around alongside Diesel. But so is Bajani. He also TP'd into this fight at the exact same spot. So everyone's just converging here once again. Looking at Enigma at 2v1. Locked into the wall and a shutdown. And revenge for Bajani. Gets the double kill. And the fight that went wary is somehow going excruciatingly in the favor of Team Ambition in a matter of seconds.
Oh, these fights are just way too long. They're taking years off my life, Ravish. But Team Ambition, they don't even need the Baron right now. I think they're going to try to just end it right here. Oh, Zatsmod cannot survive against the chase, that's for sure. Top inhib about to fall. The next closest member to Teamless Revenge spawning is 20 seconds away. And I do believe we have our first 2-0 series of the second channel in the qualifiers today.
Woo! All right, we've done it. Team Ambition has found a way to just learn from game one. They got to practice him for the team fights. And they'll take us and move on to the bracket in their group as we've got one more BO3 to experience. Shout out to both teams today. Teamless Revenge, I gotta say, you kept us on our toes, but it's all good. Your story does not end here. We popping down to the lowers.
Yeah, still another series, at least one, left to play for Teamless Revenge with how the group stage is set up. They will be playing against the loser of our next series, which is the Cheese Chasers versus Aporia, which is coming up very, very soon. I'm really looking forward to that series. I think that's going to be even closer, honestly. I do favor the Cheese Chasers, though. They've got Scooped on their team, and that guy's really good. So, yeah, looking forward to that one. That'll be on your screens very soon.
Indeed. I believe we're doing interviews as well, so we can...
Really?
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Okay.
Who do you...
We didn't do that yesterday.
I don't know. That's also what my thoughts were as well. Smacks, who do you want to interview, you think?
Doesn't matter to me. Just get anybody from Team Ambition.
True.
I'm down for any one of them. Do we have do we have them on camera? That'd be fun.
I think we could probably get them on camera. No cameras. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's get Snow 2.
Perfect.
I would like Snow 2 to be interviewed.
Do we have a bleep button ready for him?
We can go ahead and let Snow know as well that, hey man, you're not allowed to say anything to do all of that. As we'll take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we'll have the interview with Snow. See you soon. Bye for now. Homies, welcome on back to some more OQ action right here on Rally Quiet 2. I'm Ravishing Ravish, the second most ravishing man on the internet. The first is yet to be revealed. I'm joined here once again by Smacks to ponder and inquire on what we might experience in our second series of the day, as we have two more very fun teams. What do we have, Smacks?
Okay, well, we've got the Cheese Chasers, which is one of my favorite teams that we've got here in the event. Unfortunately, they did have to change their logo. However, I like this logo a lot better because they gave the block of cheese legs and is running away from them. So we've got Barrett, Kryra, Aojun, Scooped, and Sandwich. And yeah, I'm pretty excited. I think it's so funny that like any number of O's in Scooped's name looks right. You could put any number of them there, and it's always correct.
Exactly, because I'm inclined to say scooped, but I can say scooped, scooped,
Yep.
scooped.
Yes. The reason I bring it up, by the way, is
that?
we've got his name with different levels of O's on this screen twice because he's also the coach of this team. And by the way, for any proud people who are listening to me say this, I am not flaming you at all. I think this is absolutely hilarious, and I don't even think that he knows how many O's his name actually has in it, because
not at all.
he also put his name differently on the spreadsheet 2 different times.
Scooped. But let's see how many O's
so
their opponents have on the other side that we'll be looking at for themselves. As we have Aporia for themselves with Levacious, Kitsuo, Debonair, Enthralled, and Cryogen. Only really one O on each of these names. Not as exciting, cool, clean, fun roster they got going on, right? So I like that it looks like a spaceship is taking off.
Yeah.
But I find the other logo has a bit more gusto, some more swagger, I want to say as well too. This is my personal thoughts on it.
Yeah, I like them both for very, very different reasons, though.
True.
For sure. So we've got Aporia. Kitsuo being the leader on this team, been around for quite some time, a collegiate champion on UST last year. Also Enthralled has been a name that people have been talking about quite a lot here in the qualifiers, as one of our more impressive marksmen that we have down here. Some other players from a bunch of these other teams. Livacious has been bouncing around throughout this year and a little bit before that too. And I know that Cryogen's got a lot of hype from some of our friends over on the Salty Runback Pod channel. I know those two guys have been hyping up this guy quite a bit. So pretty exciting stuff in Aporia. Yeah,
so let's find out what to look at a draft here, my friend, as we move on over to the game number 1 that we have in front of them, in front of us, I should say, with these teams ready to go for a second series of the day. Let's see what we can experience and find out amongst ourselves about them, and go on a self-discovering journey to truly experience the world around us, as I'm hoping to see what each of them picked in game 1. This draft is upon us.
This is very grandiose for a League of Legends game, I must say.
You think so?
But you know what? I'm here for it. As we're getting into the draft, of course, we are all here to do one thing and one thing only, and that is chase that cheese, Ravish. And I'm hoping that we get some Twitch gameplay in here. The one rat champion in the game. I'm ready for it. I want to see somebody pick it. Cheese Chasers, maybe Scooped, has got it, as we are now confirmed to have 3 O's total on his... Wait, their tag is NPC.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know where they got that from. I think that's just I think it's just non-player character. But
yeah.
You know, hopefully they do actually show up and play the game, and it's not 5 bots playing. That'd be a little awkward.
No, maybe it stands for no people cheese, or no personified chasing. I can't think of other things. Either way, it'll come down to what kind of display of character that they show us, as we have Milioban alongside Kindred, which has been a very popular pick throughout the qualifiers. On the other end, for the NPCs, we've got Fiora, LeBlanc, and Zeri. Yay.
Yep. Kryra's been one of those junglers that has climbed up the ladder playing things like the Kindred, like the Graves, things of that nature. Think like a Shaden champion pool, if you will. We've been seeing a lot of that from Kryra. Also, funny enough, Kryra did participate in the Evil Geniuses scouting combine that they had recently, as Shaden is, of course, one of the Evil Geniuses junglers that they have. So a fun coincidence there. Maybe Evil Geniuses has a bit of a type, as he's going to be one of the big carries on the Cheese Chasers. But important to note that this team did go 4-1 in the Swiss, and the one game that they lost was when Scooped wasn't there. Scooped is undefeated.
But guess what? Nico went through. This is the first time I've seen Nico gone through for weeks. I am very, very excited. Nico is a confusing menace, and it'll make this game much more interesting. Yumi still picked, even though Zeri was not. I find they will likely have plans for it, especially up against a Lucian Navi bot lane. I wonder what they decide to opt in for. Maybe the hyper carry, so maybe Jinx Yumi. Ezreal Yumi could be interesting as well. Like if they want to go for a much more scaly pokey type composition, I wouldn't mind that either. Or maybe they just pick Garen and just run it down.
Garen for Enthralled, is that the idea behind this? I think,
yes, it is.
I think Yumi works specifically worse when your pair doesn't have any crit strike anymore. I think she does scale specifically with that, but oh my god, there's no way.
Dude, I might be a genius. I might be the smartest person alive if this actually goes through. I'm just you know, like this was me like
Livacious is a good Garen player.
6, 5.
All right. Well, they're taking a page out of the Supernova book, as I believe Brady's been playing the Sivir quite a bit. I also do want to point out, we got the new Sivir splash art, absolutely gorgeous, looks exactly like Gal Gadot, and I think that was pretty intentional. We got Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I'm really sad.
About what? That's not Garen? It could still be Garen.
I wanted to be Garen. Yeah, it could still be Garen, I know, but it's not the same.
Garen.
I wanted to be Garen because I wanted to be right. That's all.
You could still be right. There's still
It's
time.
not the same, Smaxington. It's different now. Things have changed.
They locked in
this
and this. They're probably still gonna do it.
It's okay. I moved on now. It doesn't matter anymore.
The Cheese Chasers. We had to put the V in there.
Cheese Chasers. The TCC, which should be the tricode, but that's NPC instead.
They're non-player characters. Yeah, this is not the first time that Scooped has gone for one of these funny tags. I remember on Team Pending, or no, he wasn't on that team. He was on NFT.
Yes, he was on NFT. Yes.
Roster. So.
That was actually during the height of the NFT boom, I remember too. So he was really cashing in on all the trends, which I appreciate. Nonetheless, Jarvan actually banned away.
True. Yeah. Team Pending, speaking of Jarvan, does have a member in this team, or in this game as well, as Kitsuo was on that team. And he is a very prolific Jarvan player. We've been seeing that already in a lot of the qualifier games. He's been playing the Titanic Hydra lethal tempo build, which I'm not super big on, but you know, it's Kitsuo. He's gonna do what he wants.
Yeah,
perhaps
Kitsuo loves his Jarvan and his Lee Sins. He finds, I believe, talking to Dat for as long as I have, he finds it's just the easiest to shot call off of those type of champions because you can set up for your team, which is he loves to do. He always takes a lot of the onus on himself to, you know, lead the team forward, and whether it be victories or mistakes, he is, you know, hand in all in terms of the decisions that happen. For now, though, the Cheese Chasers will pick up the Graves jungle, so farm heavy, the poke going on as well a ton. Syndra also let through after being banned away for many a game, and the Ornn safety pick in the top lane. Let's see what the actual counter is going to be for Aporia. The Gwen would make sense. I would like the Mordekaiser here too. I think that'd be fun, but he would have a tough time for the rest of the team, and the Gwen is a choice.
It's not Garen. They didn't end up picking it at the end, so unfortunately you were wrong the entire way through. So sorry about that, Ravish. But I was right about something. Kryra did actually end up picking the Graves. That's pretty neat.
I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. I really
Glad that you
appreciate
were
that.
right.
I can feel the love from here.
Yeah. It's not like
I
you're not a
actually
color caster and you're not like right all the time or whatever. It's fine.
I did forget about Kryra's Zac. That is actually a champion that he
Oh
does
yeah.
play pretty often. But as we saw him hover a little bit, got that real reminder a little bit. Didn't end up locking it in though. It is the Graves, and they do have an additional marksman in case Scoop does go too far. But as I was talking about before, Cheese Chasers, Scooped is that guy on this team for sure, especially in a comp like this where he does have the Lucian paired with Nami. He's got the front line of the Ornn. He's going to upgrade his mythic item later on and into a purely scaling lane like the Sivir and the Yuumi. We're expecting big things from Scooped down in this bottom lane as he has delivered many, many times already for the Cheese Chasers.
We've seen already the power of the Lucian Nami for as long as they've been alive, and also in the last series specifically as well. That didn't matter. That it didn't matter that Lucian died twice in the early game. His power is so immense once he has even half an item, and once he gets to proc his passives, it's the immediate dueling is immense. So
Yeah.
I imagine we'll see more of those creative performances as we go through this series as well too. I do wonder what kind of theme we're in for when we come into this one, because I find because the first series was very, very different, right? In both game 1 and game 2. And this one, we might see more stability, probably a lot more stationary gameplay, much more things planned out. Or we might finally get our oh so coveted 50-minute game that you've been asking for all day, Smax.
Asking for is a bit of a twist of my words here, Ravish.
Sure.
I said it's a possibility. I'm down for just a 20 minute stomp, just a double for our friends over on the Cheese Chasers, because I really like this composition that they put together. I definitely favor them in this game, but Aporia, they've shown up in pretty important matches so far. At least on the stream, we got to see a little bit of that. We know that Kitsuo is a very clutch player, and I think if I'm either of these teams, playing that do-or-die match against Teamless Revenge does not sound very appealing after what we just saw them almost do to Team Ambition. So I definitely want to avoid that set if I'm either of these two rosters. Very similar to what happened yesterday, actually, where CB Gaming looked a lot better than expected against Mirage Alliance in Group A.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that game was interesting. Like the fact that the game 1 was extremely unexpected, and game 2 as well was far too close for comfort if you were the Mirage Alliance. I know you and Crepes were watching in awe as it all took place in front of you, but I'm sure it just took a little bit for the team to wake up and realize, hey, this is we should win, because remember we mentioned at the beginning in terms of the qualification process, winning is really good. The more you win, the more points you get. The more points you get, the better chance you have of qualifying, and the better chance you have qualifying, the more money you possibly get, and you get to move on to the end-all elimination tournament at the end of the season.
And here in Group C, Team Ambition has only won except for that one game against Mirage Alliance. So this is a tough group to actually break out of, and a scrappy one at that. All these games have been absolutely insane so far. Today in Group C, we'll see if the Cheese Chasers, the only Cheese Chasers,
yes,
and Aporia can follow up on that masterpiece that we just witnessed in the first series.
We were talking to Kachu as well before, while we were trying to set up the interview, which unfortunately didn't happen. Very sad about that.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody.
Just get us some thoughts on him, and he also agreed as well. He had a very fun time playing League of Legends.
It looked fun.
Yeah, he did not expect things to go that way, and in terms of the comms that that both Summer and I were asking for, they were indeed just yelling Limo's name as it went. In my head, it's almost like the call that was made in 2016 GSL Champions between NRG and Dignitas when when Justin got that goal in overtime. But I don't think they yelled "This is Rocket League" afterwards. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I assume it's a Rocket League game. That's what it sounded like to me from you saying that it was Rocket League.
It was Rocket League, and it was. It's mostly one of my favorite calls that's ever happened. Anyways, we can talk about this later
Yeah,
this is a very different
the only
game.
Rocket League I've seen is Axeman87's ranked games, which he did just hit Diamond recently. Shout out to Axeman87.
That's pretty good.
CB
I'm
Lawcaster. Yeah, I know.
Yes, CB Lawcaster, Axeman 87. I'm very
that guy.
happy for Benton. Did you know his full name is Benton?
I did. He does prefer Axeman87 though, so
I know.
I call him Axeman87.
That's true. I've called him Ben for a long time. I didn't realize that was his full form of his name, but Axeman
Yes, it
87,
is.
great guy, very tall human being as well.
Yeah, his actual real life middle name is 80, and his last name is 7.
Ben
yeah.
87.
By the way, speaking of some other games that are going on, as we're jumping right into our second series of the day, in case you were not aware, there's also Apex Mission Impossible versus Miracle over in Group D on the Rally Cry official channel, and also mirrored to LCS Challengers right now. NACL proper is starting up in about 40 minutes if you want to check out those games. We got a good slate of matches over there. Of course, those are all best of twos. And if you need any further beckoning over to get onto that channel, right now in Apex Mission Impossible and Miracle, it is double static Shiv mid lane. It is LeBlanc versus Twisted Fate, both of them building static.
TF is also being static shift? Man.
Absolutely, he is, Ravish. It is.
Is he going full
an
AD as well?
epidemic. No, I'm pretty sure the build is Static Shiv and Lichbane and either Ludens or Night Harvester. One of those. Because
Lickbone, I like it.
yeah, Lichbane and Static Shiv both have AP ratios on them, so you do want to make sure that the damage goes up that way.
I did not realize that the AP item do well every single day. I'd say.
Well, Static Shiv's not an AP item.
No, it's not. That's
or at least it wasn't.
it was
But
not.
it does
and
still
that-
have an AP ratio.
You know, there are no
It
AP
is now an
ratios
AP.
in Valorant.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, in that game, Zeri has a wall that she puts up, a little bit of a tunnel.
That's true.
instead
Zeri
of
also
riding
has
them.
Zeri also has a much longer dash, and instead of just shooting guns, she shoots lightning out of her fingers. But she does also shoot guns sometimes, and that all takes a bunch of damage, by the way.
Yeah, Scooped and Sandwich are doing the Lucian Nami thing that we wanted to see last game, actually. This is what tends to happen when you're against these two. Sandwich, unfortunately, eased himself there. I don't know how that mistake is possible. Again, I'm a bit critical of Nami play, as this is the champion that I have gained most of my LP on recently. I've been on a bit of a tear with that champ.
Valid. Also, I had a thought that sandwich is meant to be pronounced as though you have a lisp, with it. So almost like sandwich, or sand with, or with sand,
I
But
see.
that's just a minuscule thought that I'm thinking about. Oh, Smite's way. Kitsuo now in a teensy bit of trouble. He walks under the tower and dies.
Rip. Kitsuo is having a bad time. Not quite as bad as Enthralled, who's level 1 and has to flash to the safety of his turret. Seems like the bot gap is already in full effect here for the Cheese Chasers. Scooped has got first blood, is recalling. Okay, well, he's going to be recalling a little bit later than his support, but yeah, this is a big lead for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you are playing Sivir alongside Yumi, so
Yeah.
you're not gonna do anything in this game for at least the first 15 minutes, right? You're Sivir, you have a call. Your main modus operandi is to just farm up until you have even half an item, and you can start to crit a little bit. Because that's Sivir gaming. Usually you see Sivir going up against hyper carries, right? In terms of the delay matchups, makes things a lot easier. So your Jinxes, your Felios, but here against Lucianami, it makes things much more complicated.
Yeah. It's just sad, sad times. Enthralled now recalling for the second time in this game, and Kitsuo is going for a big invade play. Actually does get it. Nicely done, Kitsuo.
Yeah. Okay.
He got creep blocked against the wall with the Wukong clone.
That's crazy.
Wow, I didn't know Wukong W could stun people. That's crazy.
That's what I'm wondering, right? Clearly a new buff that they added to him. As Wukong wasn't strong enough already.
Yeah. Wow. More crowd control for that champion. I think he needs it for sure.
I think that would really just help him become much more top tier. Sandwich though takes about a fourth of their health, but that doesn't mean that Enthralled has to take also a fourth more than that. As Scoop just walks in fearlessly, the bubble lands. Exhaust has to be put out, cleansed immediately. They're just rushing on forward, and Scoop takes the 2v2.
Yep, Enthralled. Definitely wishing that he had boots instead of that long sword as the bubble. Little difficult to dodge on Sivir when you're not gaining that extra movement speed from your ultimate and your passive. Yes, as you said, the wave quite large, and none of it will be picked up by Enthralled as he's limping back to that lane. His call is very far away from completing.
He's at 81. Is the number, which is he has to take a little bit. The pace already for the NPCs has allowed them to become closer to becoming more and more real as time goes on. As I imagine that's their goal, is with every game they win, they start to gain sentience until they're an actual playable character.
What is your favorite NPC of all time, Ravish? Any game.
What a weird question to ask.
I have my answer. You want me to answer first?
You already know? What?
Of course. It's not hard.
Sure. What's your favorite
For
NPC?
me, anyway.
Okay, sure. What is it?
In Pokemon Sun and Moon, when you walk over to the when you end the route on, I believe, the second island, the trainer at the end will only fight you if you've beaten every single other trainer on the route. And when you talk to him, he says, "I'm the red card trainer. If you defeat me, I will give you the red card." And the red card is an item that your Pokemon can hold that forces the opponent to switch out when they hit you. And when you defeat him, he says, "You just defeated the red card trainer. Now you are the red card trainer." It's just, I don't know. I love his attitude. That's my favorite NPC.
That's kind of cool. It's it's weird that there's this almost like legacies that's being carried on by this person, like as if now you must be the red card trainer.
Yeah.
And that's interesting.
It's a high honor to be the red card trainer.
I mean, now that I think about it, let's see. So, in terms of NPCs, I find there are iconic moments caused by certain NPCs. Like, for example, like a bunch of the NPCs in Skyrim have some cool lines, right? And some of my favorite games, some of the NPCs that are fun, like for example, in both Ratchet and Clank, and also in Sly Cooper, a lot of the NPCs are very funny. And I remember specifically in Sly 2, one of the bosses that's a NPC. No, one of the guards in Paris when you fight Dimitri, who's a lizard. I'll pause for a second as I believe a dive is about to happen. Gets enthralled and scooped. They have level 5, they have barrier, and they have flash, but barrier pop, flash as well, and none of that will help them crouch in the next target. The turret lands and it's a shutdown for Cryo as he stays alive under the tower.
Unfortunately, out of minions there for NPC. Waited a little too long for Aljun and Kryra to arrive. And with Scoop being the one who dies, oh, actually, that's another kill. Is execute onto Sandwich this time. As I was going to say, Kryra is the one who has to pick up all this money. Shame for Scooped, not there to pick it up for himself.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But hey, at least for Cryo, you know, as a Yumi, he can do a lot of poke damage, get pretty strong, you know, so that's one of the supports I don't mind getting the kills. Is it ideal? Of course not. But if Thrall is having a bad time, that's a lot of lockdown, that's a kill, and Scooped finally makes it.
Yeah, Nico is one of those champions where if you get hit by one thing, you get hit by everything, and you just can't move at all. Speaking of not being able to move,
Kitsuo was getting a tad over aggressive. I would have liked Cryo to get that one, but it's okay. Samrith, I'm sure, wanted to be on the board as well to match their fellow support.
Yeah, you do want to make sure that Kitsuo doesn't escape there, so that's something. I'm with you though. I think Cryo should have probably been the one to pick that up. But
That's
look at
okay.
these ones, right?
Yeah, he should. He is slowed down. The Union Ultimate's nice. The lost chapter for them to read a book, but seems as though Friar and Sandwich are not interested in reading anything, and the trade goes in their favor.
All right. Well, yeah, Kryra not able to get anything for his troubles in the bottom lane other than the ultimates. Maybe another dive can be possibly set up as that. That turret is still on its last leg there. The Cheese Chaser is likely going to be taking that one. Fortunately for Aporia, they have this warded this time around, and Kryra has been a bit found out. I think making the same play 4 times in a row is getting a bit expected.
Yeah, he continues to be nailed down and just locked up at every chance that he can find, but he's also been very active on the map as well too. Both junglers have made their presence known in almost every lane possible, as we go up here to Ornn in a meanwhile in top lane, where they are. Ornn is a little bit behind in farm, but it's fine. He's an Ornn.
Yeah, hasn't lost a plate yet. Commendable effort, I think. Barrick.
I agree.
Starting off with an Abyssal Mask. That's the item that I wanted to see in the first game of the day, but we didn't end up seeing it. I was kind of sad about that. But,
That's okay.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Barrick is going to be able to survive the Nico burst, unlike Scoop.
Yep, he is dead. So almost surviving throughout the entire time. The ultimate lands on him, and they get traded away. It still makes it a 1-for-1, as Debonair can just walk away, lands in the entire roots onto 2, and to get a follow-up. That was so well done.
Oh, this Nico champion is just so silly. Ravish Debonair has now had 2 Disguise ultimate kills. Oh my god, that's damage.
Yep. Barrick will pick that one for himself. And Sankey, so he's taking it all. Meanwhile, Debonair barely gets away. Arjun is to flash over. Ooh. Oh, and in front of Vision, Arjun will fall.
Alright. Now, Livacious is here with the Yumi attached. And Scoop is back from the grave. Had now 3 times in this one, a couple of those because of the Nico. And Scoop not quite being able to count the minions in time. Gotta be able to count minions, unfortunately, when you're against Nico. That's a new skill that must be learned. Very different from what AD carries are used to, you know?
1, 2. Oh wait, but he pops with a feral, but with nobody around, nobody gets the gold. That's sad.
Well, Kitsuo gets it.
Oh, I thought he was in
the Drake,
range.
though.
Oh, okay. Fair
Well, yeah, you get it no matter what. If you're the one who drops Herald, then even if you're on the other side of the map, you still get the money.
Yeah, but Livacious could have gotten it. He's a top player. He deserves
That's
it.
true. Livacious does deserve it. He's done a great job this game. Up 30 CS on the Gwen. Already has Riftmaker. Participated in that last team fight quite well.
Yeah.
There you go. He gets that plate. Look at that.
All right. Okay. See, I'm happy. Look, I'm just here trying to vie for and just like support every top player that I can. We're just, you know, we're so far too often we're kept down in the dumps. Like even you saw there, until level 9, we saw nothing from them, unfortunately.
That's true.
Which is crazy.
I think that's how Ornn likes it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, valid.
He's in here for the slow burn.
True.
I'm at level 10. Pretty close to getting the mythic item upgrades, though he doesn't have a mythic item of his own. That's something you do need to remember as Ornn. You're at least the second item probably has to be a mythic if you want to have one of the biggest things that Ornn does provide to the game available to you, which is those upgrades.
I would assume it would have been his support and shot calling as a very, you know, just good role model in the game, as he is, you know, he is a blacksmith. He shows that blue collar workers offer a ton to society. Is what I personally thought that he offered, but hey, that's just my thoughts though.
I don't think that Ornn can necessarily be a blue collar worker as he is a Freljordian deity. Maybe he speaks for them, you know. But
he speaks for
he's
all
kind of
blue collar workers. Yeah.
He's kind of the corporate elite, a little bit. Right?
You know, that's a good point. It's a good point.
Yeah.
As he is very high up in the food chain. Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, Ornn, know, he hasn't done anything wrong. He's just a whole.
He's just the guy.
Guy with a hammer and an ult that he can use to maybe help out on this Rift Herald or not, as it seems like the Cheese Chasers are instead committing to mid.
Yeah, they'll instead decide to push up forward. Should be able to get this tower. That's the ultimate that we're looking for. Looking for an enthrall. Dodges in the corner. And Kitsuo as well are on the side. Looking for a Cyclo. Gets it onto 3 members. As Lavicious comes in. Needlework going through many different health bars. So that makes it a 1-for-1, but yet enthralled. Not able to be part of the entire fight. Meanwhile, Barrack is taking up all that damage. And it'll result in only 2 fall.
Okay, a lot of damage being inflicted by both teams, but the psychic damage that is being inflicted onto Scooped right now is just absurd. He uses his dash and his ultimate on a Nico clone, and then immediately stops the culling out of embarrassment. This has been 3 times now that Scooped got duped by Debonair.
Scooped has been duped.
Yep. Yeah. It's very silly. I'm having a great time. I love Nico.
Happens to the best of us, I'd say. I've been duped by a LeBlanc clone. Alright, my bad. It's crazy.
I have never been killed by Nico, so can't relate. But you know, Scooped. Sometimes you just gotta get a reality check. Unlike me, who already is above it all. But you know.
Yeah, I'm sure many Nikos are in your lane as a Nami player, Smax. It's a very common trend I've heard.
Hey, me and Scooped play in the same lane, you know?
Huh. I guess so. Yeah. But here's the thing. Scooped is the one just making sure that you don't fall in lane. I'm saying ADCs are the most important part of the game. Yeah. Supports kind of just chill there. They don't do nothing.
That is wildly incorrect, Ravish. But
no. You guys push little bubbles. And you're like, hey, I'm helping. No, you're not. No.
I am helping. You want me to pull up my OPGG? You want to see it?
Oh, not this
MVP,
again.
Like every single game.
Not this again. Like.
Now you know what champion does do that is Yumi. Okay, I don't play Yumi.
that is very true. But posture for a team fight are both these teams. Debonair is around the side looking for a possible ultimate. Cosplaying as Kitsuo. Signal to that. That's a big ultimate. Meanwhile, their Putman dies while they were waiting in the river.
Yeah. Wow. All right. The Ornn ultimate alongside the Lucian ult. Scooped and Barrack and Sandwich, because I'm not forgetting about Sandwich. The support did contribute quite a lot there. Pressing Nami E on your AD carry does take a little bit of skill, and Sandwich used it well there, okay? Nice double kill. That's going to be the Drake.
This is really funny. But yeah, soul point for the NPC as well. They've continued to just double their momentum throughout the entire game, and especially with both Enthrall and Cryo not able to be part of any of these fights for far too often, makes things very hard for the rest of APR who want to try to go off of them. Like, their damage profile isn't bad, but here it just makes it so tough because Vivacious can, do a ton, but he's not super far ahead. Meanwhile, Kitsu was trying to fight Barrack. It's not really working out. And
Barrack's fighting the wrong thing. Barrack should have been fighting the Rift Herald instead. It's 2 charges, I think, is even more than Kitsuo was hoping for there.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or did Rift Herald use Ezreal Arcane Shift on that turn? It kind of blinked past. I don't think it's supposed to do that, but it did.
It's fine. Look, it seems as though that Harry has gotten even faster as he's evolved through each repatch, because this is the second Rift Herald, so it is Harry.
Okay.
Unless
Harry
that
and
is
Shelly.
Harry and Shelly, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Do you remember that famous movie When Harry Met Shelly?
I don't. I don't watch movies, so haven't seen it.
No movies at all, huh? Damn.
I've seen 2 movies in my life. Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. Those are the only 2 movies I've ever seen.
I still have not seen Across the Spider-Verse yet.
Cole, you got to do that. You really got to do that, man.
I might go and do that today. I think because I've heard it's just incredible, and I really do want to watch it, and I think I will. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great time.
I agree. I've heard nothing but good things about it, and
Yeah.
I want to go and experience it. I've also,
Yeah,
in
and
the past bit, have not gone popcorn when I go to movies as well.
oh yeah, I don't really like popcorn. I'm right there with you. But yeah, that one I think specifically pretty good. We're both pretty well represented in that movie. They've got a trans Spider-Man and an Indian Spider-Man.
I heard there was an Indian Spider-Man, yeah.
Yeah,
And,
no, he's so cool. He's really cool.
Dude, was it, I'll talk about later, where Vicious dodges a bunch of damage, but he's being chased down, though, so it makes it tough. The slow works out, and he gets out alive. Well done by Libatious.
Yeah, just popping the ghost. Look, ghost on Gwen, pretty good, huh?
We can't keep doing this, Max. We can't.
Scoop can keep doing this.
Yes, he can, but Kitsuo cannot keep doing that. Bye-bye.
Wow. Yeah, this is when the Baron is alive as well, so you definitely don't want your jungler to be the one that dies. Ooh, or an ultimate.
Debonair is Debo dead.
Yes. Here it comes the Baron. I don't think Enthralling Cryogen really want to stick around. Just popping a prowling projectile and then leaving the scene. It's going to be an easy Baron for the Cheese Chasers, who have had a really solid lead this entire time. It hasn't really felt like there's been much of a contest other than the few picks that they've been able to get onto Scooped. Everything else has been very, very one-sided for our higher seed here in Group C.
Popping the prowling projectile and perforating them, and then proliferating their presence. That would be the most fun sentence to say out of that. I think I'm using the word.
Yeah. Nice alliteration.
Thank you. I think I'm using the word proliferating, right? Not sure. I'll have to
Maybe.
see. Yeah.
It sounds nice.
Thank you. But I did hear from our mutual friend Beatdown Boulevard that the Indian Spider-Man, he said, reminded. He said that he was reminded of me when he saw him, because he said how Indian Spider-Man and I would make the same type of jokes, and I was very happy about that.
Oh, true. Yeah, he has had in that movie. He has a conversation that I know you and I have had, where Miles says chai tea.
Tea, yeah.
And then he's like, you don't have to say that. Chai means tea.
Exactly,
Like,
it does. It's so simple.
I know. I learned that from you.
I know. I remember. It was, in fact, on our broadcast we were doing this. On one of our very first broadcasts together. I'm glad that that was your takeaway from that. But anyways, oh no, Kitsuo gets popped. Maybe Libation can get something done, but he also gets a bunch of damage on him too. And the rest of the team fight devolves from there. Enthralled before he can even see the rest of his team fall. Could be the third, a triple kill given, and that's the Quadra for Cryer.
Yeah, he's going in right now. Legendary on the Graves, already secured the Baron for his team. This has been one of the players that I've been really looking forward to seeing more of in a competitive light. So he has been bouncing around recently. I've been watching some of his streams as well. Shout out, his stream is exactly the same as his IGN, just Kryra. I always love watching player streams. And yeah, seems to be doing quite well on the Cheese Chasers, as the rest of the roster is falling in line after him. 10k gold lead, mid lane inhibitor turret dead, one Drake away from Soul. Feels like this game one is all but over.
Yeah, it is a pretty handed lead that we are witnessing. But Smacks, last time you said that we had a 40-minute game.
I don't think we're getting a 40-minute game this time around.
Yeah, I don't think so.
This one's going to be over soon.
Well, I believe so as well. So
Yeah.
with that, I want to raise one thing, as the dragon is currently up, and we do see the NPCs around there too. Pretty uncontested. Should be able to take that while they push the button as well. To the conversation of who our favorite NPC is, I wanted to mention that's like Hooper too. There is a security guard that works for Dimitri, who is the first boss in Paris. And he's so when Sly comes in to take off his job, he comes in and says how much he misses his mother's pasta sauce, and how he wants to drown in it. And I thought the line was so funny. that I played it years and years ago, and I've always thought that NPC was honestly goals. Like he's all he's thought about the entire day was just food. I'm like, yo, man, respect.
Yeah, I mean that goes back to what you said your favorite normal type was in Munchlax. So
In Munchlax, indeed, yeah.
yeah, I'm seeing your goals. They're aligned across multiple forms of media. I love this consistency from you.
Thank you. Snorlax is also very cool as well. Other normal types, I don't mind. I would say a Bidoof because
Okay.
he is my HM holder,
Right.
essentially. And out of some of the original normal types, you also have Absol because he's
That's a dark type.
is he dark type?
Yeah, he's
thought
dark
he,
type.
he was I thought he was normal type. It's my bad.
Oh.
Okay, that's
Wow,
Debonair moves along his ward.
Yeah, wards are definitely mobile, as we all know.
Weird
be the moment.
blue ward there. Aw, yeah.
No way.
Wait, they actually get. Oh my god! I thought they would have been able to get it, but shutdown goes over to Kisuo. So nice setup there that they managed to get. Man, Nico is such a menace. I can't believe that word.
You know, the Cheese Chasers are probably going to win this game, but I would argue that Debonair also won this game with all of the fun Nico plays that he's been able to pull off. We've been seeing a lot of Nico just across the board because this champion really is just so strong. Just the ultimate by itself is incredible, but the mind games, this has been the best mind game plays that I've seen in a competitive Nico for sure, easily. Shout out Debonair for this one.
Yeah, it is a very, very cool experience to just watch this all happen and evolve in front of us. Nice shot by Scoop. I'm surprised actually Sandwich ended up getting that one. But that'll still leave us in a position where NPC are trying to just get down as many structures as possible. They have Baron previously, as that is not timed out. So hoping to see what else they can manage to call for themselves.
Yeah, I think that kill was probably taken by Sandwich with the Echoes hit. Because that, on the patch that these guys are playing, does still work on Font of Life, but it doesn't on 13.12. They removed that without actually saying that they were going to remove it in the patch notes, which I was a little upset about. I had to find out on Twitter. But they did do it. And yeah, just another big power structure available for Nami as the rest of the team for the Cheese Chasers moves over to this Baron. I don't think it's possible for a steal whatsoever. No Jinx ult or anything. And, you can blue trinket all you want, but we know that blue trinket is not Nico this time, so there goes the Baron for the Cheese Chasers.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking about other normal types. And I know I said Munchlax and Ditto as well. But I feel like I looked up a bunch of the other normal types, and I'm like, man, there's so much better options here. And I remembered that my personal favorite from my favorite game, Pokemon Platinum, is Whimsir, because one Whimsir is really cute and evolves into Exploud, who I thought was a really cool Pokemon when I first discovered him.
Yeah.
So I want to change my answer to Whimsir.
All right. Oh my god. Bold decisions from Kryra to continue going into the jungle against a Nico, I will say, after he died in a pretty embarrassing fashion before. But you know what? I love the boldness, as Kryra is no longer legendary. He did get shut down. Still 8 kills on the Graves as one of our more rookie players here in the qualifiers. Again, really looking forward to seeing this guy play some more, maybe moving up in the NACL. The Cheese Chasers seeded lower than expected to make it into the promotion tournament, but I mean, just from the games that we've seen of these 5 players, they haven't lost yet.
Yeah, they have not just yet, but this might be the moment to do so. Our June takes 1, make that a double with the Unleashed Power, as Livacious is next, and that is the inhibitor. Soul in their pocket, Baron in front of them, and game number 1 taken comprehensively for the NPCs.
Yep. The least close game that we've had on the stream all day goes to the Cheese Chasers. NPC win. Spam it in the chat. we've got a game 1 completed of this best of 3.
Indeed, we do. From the very beginning, it was quite back and forth, a lot of jungle action, but right from the jump, we saw NPCs had a clear plan, executed, and they had a bunch of kills. Made things fun.
Yep.
But I will say, Nico is a very cool champion that I enjoy watching.
Me too. I'm a big Nico fan. I hope that we get to see some more Nico, especially from this mid laner here, Debonair. I was very impressed. I love the plays. I love the mind games. I would love to see some more. Will it be enough to actually win in this series, though? I don't know. The Cheese Chasers look really good.
We'll have to find out when we come back after this break. See you soon. Welcome back, amigos. Wahoo! We get into game number 2 between the Cheese Chasers and two other and another wonderful team that I completely blanked on.
Aporia.
We have draft ready to go. Aporia, thank you.
That's the one. We're looking forward to Aporia in this next game. You know, I still have high expectations for them in this group. I think it'll be really tricky for them to get out, especially now that we've seen what the Cheese Chasers are capable of. But I know they've got a lot of high expectations on themselves, too, to be competitive here. Dropping 0-2 against the Cheese Chasers, not even playing against Team Ambition, I think would be pretty underwhelming for Aporia. So we'll see what they've got in the tank for us. So we're moving into the draft for game 2. Same sides for both these teams.
Seems Aporia is more than comfortable with giving themselves the counter pick option. I know personally that Kitsuo loves red side picks as well, as he finds that he can strategize a lot better with that. And I find just his jungle pathing tends to become a lot more aggressive on that side too, as we already did witness with a bunch of the early ganks in. I will digress for now as we see the rest of the bands come in with the first phase almost. With us we have the same bands that we witnessed in game number 1 as well. Right? No changes so far. Let's see what Aporia looks to change up, and no, same things.
Yeah, the only difference is that Lucian is gone, so Scooped can't get his hands on that one this time around. There's still some other options for him, though, like the Aphelios. That one's been a pretty big choice, all in all. Less lane dominance available, though, now that Lucian is taken off the board. Cheese Chasers, though, they've got the Nico. They don't worry about first picking Lucian this time around, just stealing away that OP champion. And unfortunately, Debonair's Mind Games will have to wait.
Question: can Nico only turn into the blue ward, or can she also turn into like a normal ward and also the vision ward as well too?
She can turn into any allied ward, anything. She can also turn into a Jin trap and things like that, like a Teemo Shroom and everything.
I did know about the Teemo Shroom. I didn't know about the Jin trap. That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. The only problem is that obviously then you can see the trap. She doesn't go into stealth with it. That would be insane if she could stealth through like a Teemo Shroom or something.
Copy the attributes of the traps. That would be way too OP. But thankfully that doesn't happen. Either way, Aporia decide to pick up the Ari alongside the Varus this time. So to likely go into the Nico, and Varus, well, safe long-range poke, a decent amount of options well now for Aporia to pivot for what they want their damage source to be. But the counteraction for the Cheese Chasers is that they'll take the hyper carry of Aphelios to match him.
Yeah, there's Aphelios there, probably Lulu paired with it. I guess Yumi's here if you do want to do that too.
Rel.
Could be pretty good.
Rel.
Would pair pretty nicely. Rel or Karma, all right. I don't think those are likely.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, Rel is also, I don't think, enabled in this event. I think she.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it got recently reworked, so isn't allowed. I think that's true of Ivern too. I don't think you can play either of those champions.
Yeah, because there's
which
some
is kind of a
bug
shame
with Ivern going on. Yeah, but Ivern's been pretty fun to play.
Ivern's really good.
And yeah. I think there's a specific item as well that he synergized with really well that I'm thinking that I can't think right now. It's the green child thing.
Cosmic.
Yes. Either way, but what matters right now is that Kitsuo picks up his one of his signature champions, being the Lee Sin. We were talking about the last game as well. He was not allowed the Jarvan. It was at this time, but he decides instead to go for much more playmaking ability and early power. With Lee Sin, we just have not seen Lee Sin honestly at all in this patch. Like hardly anybody really plays him because we defaulted to just the Vi's and Wukongs and Maokai's, right? But hey, this is specialty, so we'll see what else he can do with it as the Thresh is banned away alongside the Karma.
Yeah, wow, okay. Karma actually did get banned. I guess it's pretty good with the Varus alongside it, so just a bunch of support bans here. Thresh, Lulu taken off the board as well. Just limiting Sandwich's pool. Crucially, Yumi is still here as a very valid option limiting in terms of the macro that is capable when you're playing this champion, as far as like early support roams. I think it's still probably worth banning though if the cheese chasers can't think of anything else to do. All right, Heimerdinger, just trying to limit that lane dominant pair that we saw rip apart a bunch of the world's duos last year.
And also rip apart some games that I witnessed Steve Kangas play as he became a Heimer one trick for like half a year after that happened.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Did he ever get gold on that?
He did, yeah.
Nice. All right. That's cool.
I think he
was
went
he
on,
shooting
like,
for gold or was he shooting for plat?
He was shooting for flat.
Oh, okay. Did he ever get that?
I don't remember if he did. But speaking of Steve, another Kang specialty, the Pantheon, comes out as well. I think that could still be a support flex, but it's more than likely gonna go towards one of the solo lanes. More than likely the top lane, right, up against Cassante. He is quite good against Cassante as well too, because he can put out a lot of early damage and kind of work around his shield and his dashes too with the point and click CC. And as Rakan comes in for the supportal combat, we'll see what is the final pick. And engage support will be nice for Aporia, especially to match with Lee Sin. And there we go. It's Nautilus.
All right, leaving enchanters at the door. It is only crowd control here for the support players of Sandwich and Cryogen, trying to get those plays made. And for Aporia specifically, they really do need that to happen. You've got this Lee Sin and Ahri, the 2v2 skirmishes that are capable. When you do have those two champions are really, really strong. So add on the Varus ultimate, add on the Nautilus crowd control to all of that. You're going to be able to have a pick-making machine up and running throughout the majority of this game for Aporia. If they don't get snowballed on, which they really struggled to have as that a little caveat in that last game where they had to recall at level 1 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it was a tough time for Enthralled and Cryo, especially with the Silver Yumi, right? You just have no damage at all. Plus the Kitsu also getting caught early on the invade. Makes it that much tougher. Not as much escape power and early damage with Wukong as is present with Lee Sin, but I'm sure that will change once we go into this game. Aside from that, the Varus and the Nautilus should do a lot better in this game as well too. It'll take a bit before they're online. I'm personally just thinking about the damage profiles for Aporia, because Ahri isn't too bad, but she's like a pseudo assassin. She does not a ton of burst damage. Varus as well too is like goes through with the poke, but aside from that, you have Cassante, and then he's not going to do much for a long time.
That's true. It depends on what the Varus build actually is, because there is the on-hit option with the Rage Blade and everything of that nature.
Static shield?
I don't know, though. There's a pretty good reason to go for the poke build, I feel. Maybe go AP. You can go for that burst option. I don't know. Varus is one of those unique champions where you can just go for multiple different things, and they're all very good. So
like Corki.
We'll see. It's up to... Did you say Corki? Corki is unique in that every build sucks for him. So he has no good items.
Don't say that. What do you mean? He was good at one point. I remember when Ludus was popping off and everybody was AB Corki. I didn't like that.
3 years ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, it was wild.
I don't think it was actually 3 years ago. I think that was
at least 2 years ago. I think. Yeah.
Summer of 2021. Is when that was really big.
I think it was around the time right before Bjergsen started coaching. I want to say. So still a bit of time to go. Overall.
Yeah, I remember Insanity playing it on 100 Thieves a lot. Like that was most of his games, which I think actually was spring of last year. So like summer 2021, spring 2022 was the last time the Corki was relevant at all. And then they made his package spawn at 10 minutes instead of 8.
Yeah, because they wanted to be his package ended up spawning around every single crucial neutral, which made team fights really hard for anybody who didn't have a Corki.
Yep.
And to be fair, really good nerf, right? Valid nerf as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, that
removed
made
him from the game.
hard.
So yeah, good nerf.
Yeah. And especially if you're looking at AD Corki was fine, but now with Ludens, you're you just have more of an option. and it's not like and it's not also not like we're going back to the whole quirky Azir days either, where it was just painfully stale meta once again with AD
Yep.
quirky. Right? So at least not around. Or I think because when you had AD quirky in the mid lane, was I believe you also had the options to go Ezreal mid and Varus mid. I want to say, so like that kind of era of ADCs being able to flex, which a friend of mine has not let go of. Whenever he goes mid, he only plays ADCs mid, like Lucian,
Wow.
and it's not too
All right.
bad, I say.
Maybe Corki's possible to be played with the new Static Shiv build in mid. Maybe that's the new angle. He never really struggled
know?
with wave clear though, so I don't know how valid that would be.
I mean, whatever it takes to get Corki back in the game, I'd be happy for. Corki is my favorite ADC. So
Too snuff.
got me an ice machine.
Corki's your favorite AD carry. That's
Corki's my favorite
really
AD carry.
interesting.
Thank you.
Why?
I guess. I don't know. So when I started playing League of Legends, Vayne was really good, and Corki was the natural counter to Vayne in the bot lane, and I just liked his kit. I just liked how you could do a lot all at the same time, because especially as a fighting game player, it felt like I just had like combos that I could use. It was pretty fun. Like every ADC was like really boring, and he just had more options. Like you could auto and E and alt, and like it was way cooler. Plus he had an escape too, which made it cool. And you could do damage with it as well.
I get you. All right, that makes sense. He's kind of, I don't know. He's also kind of like just throw everything at the enemy and then like hope it sticks. But yeah, he's got some movement. The package is fun. That would have been around the time when he didn't have package yet, did he?
Yeah,
Or
no, he
maybe
did not. No, he didn't. Package came way later on. Yeah, but he was still ADC that I liked a lot personally.
Yeah.
To be fair, you also got to remember, I also used to play the old Mordekaiser mid. Back when it was Katarina Kali, back when he had Mace of Spades as the move.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah,
I like that Mordekaiser a lot.
Same.
Do you remember the donkey video where he's playing Mordekaiser and he's just sad the whole time?
Yes, I do.
That video made me buy Mordekaiser in the game. I'm not kidding. I watched that video. I was like, this champion looks so fun. I ended the video, bought the champion, and played him like 10 times in a row.
So the Cho'Gath video that Nucky had made me buy Cho'Gath as well in the exact same vein.
Yeah.
Yeah, where he made the song. I could sing the entire song as well. I won't subject people to that. I love Donkey. I actually got to meet Donkey recently.
Really?
At PAX East. Yeah.
That's cool.
He was.
What did he say to you?
Extremely kind.
Wow.
Yeah, and that made me very, very happy. Like he is naturally a lot quieter in person. Right? He is like much more of an introvert. But I'll talk to that later as we're just seeing some trading bot lane as we expect. Enthralled, that's about a third of his health, but that we haven't seen before. But yeah, not much. Like, I was just talking to him about how like his shift to other interesting content and like how I really appreciate it. He's like, thank you. I'm glad people stuck around. And I mentioned how his video where he says this is a chicken wing. We was making fun of the Kanye song, and I said, but when you said
that's Gambino.
Oh right, the whole "This Is the America" thing. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
But what I told him was, when you said that this is an asparagus, I felt that, and Donkey laughed and he said, "I'm just saying it how it is."
True. That is a wholesome story. I love that.
Thank you. I was very, very happy. I got to talk to him 3 times throughout the entire weekend. Because I ran into him a couple of times, and each time I said something nice, and he was equally as gracious and as kind every time. Made me very happy. Donkey is my goat.
Wow. You know who's my goat?
Who's that?
Barrick. He's
True.
up 12 CS top lane right now.
Jesus.
Yeah, this is a brutal showing up there as the Cheese Chasers. They don't quite have the gold lead reflecting that too much yet, but I imagine that this matchup is going to get even harder. Ooh, Kryra can't smite that away. Nicely done to Kitsuo.
Yeah, very comfortable on the damage profile of Lee Sin, right? That's why he has been a Lee Sin enjoyer for quite some time. But I want to take a couple seconds to talk about Barrick as well here, Summer, because I thought Barrick is a player that we talked about to many different Qs, even going through all the way back and proving guys with the thing as well too, and he's consistently showing up at the top lane for many different teams. Just has not been able to get like a full light, like really shown onto him.
Yeah, this actually, I think, is probably the best team he's been on. He's been playing on UCI before. He was on the team that beat Golden Guardians
Cinnamon
Academy,
bread.
remember?
Yeah.
With Cinnamon Bread. Yes,
Yep.
yes, that's the one. It's, oh, wow. Okay, June is on a ward and dead.
Dead.
Oh,
Yep.
really?
First blood to Gitsuo. Good setup. Maybe one more might come in to get the hook down onto Sandwich, but Cryo is in danger, taking a bunch of damage. Thrall sees the angle to get the ignite down. Cryo should be dead. Yeah, Scoop takes the kill, but now it's on a Thrall to get the cleanse. One more should be it. A double kill imminent as Enthrall just poking him down one after one. A double for APR.
Holy moly. Okay, Aporia, they're winning multiple plays at the same time, no less. Enthralled. You get so much attack speed when you kill a champion on Varus as well. Completely unmatched. Sandwich, he can't even flash out. Already used flash to try to secure that kill onto Cryogen. Now Enthralled finally can get some revenge after that last game went completely the other way. And this has got to feel really good for Aporia. This is a big breath of relief. And, I mean, for Aljun's play, just don't stand still on a ward, I think, is the big lesson to be learned right there.
I agree. It is tough goings for for both lanes as well. As we're looking at for the side of NPC, as one got caught and one just was a bit too far forward. But hey, on the other end, for Aporia, this is a much better start than last game, right? Not necessarily snowballing out of control. Nice flash. Bear looking for the solo. Almost had it. Forced the flash out of Livacious. And Pantheon, criminally underused. Very good top laner.
Yeah, super, super strong, especially in the early stages of this game as Livacious is... Oh, he was considering recalling, sticking around, though, knowing that Barrick doesn't have flash. I wonder if Barrick can do anything fun with his ultimate. It's really tricky to actually go underneath one of those turrets against Cassante. We'll probably look at that top lane here again in a little bit as Kitsuo is attempting something mid, or attempting something to help pressure mid at the very least as Debonair and him move down to the Drake.
Yeah, nothing substantial able to set up, but so instead they'll move over to the Dragon. Early setup, bot lane gets to move first. And Kitsu should take this pretty easily as well. They know this is happening, but no one from NPC can actually do anything to stop it either. First Dragon in Aporia's hand, a couple hundred gold lead too. Up in the bot lane, a 2-0 Varus is very, very scary. As we're talking about the damage profiles that are currently not, we're wondering about it too, as to who's going to do the most. It seems as though that Varus is going to go for the on-hit build, and the start is great. But meanwhile, for Livacious, this is a dive setup potentially, and the stack's not there for the Pantheon, so he cannot do it.
Yeah, he's getting there. You gotta wait for the minions to arrive. Ahri ultimate is gonna make this really tricky to survive.
Steps in front of him to save him, he manages to get away. Kitsuo can't find it, but at least with this, they force multi-turret. 4-person dive in the bot lane once again. Is Debonair too going to use the priority with the wave being right in the middle. And now June not allowed to move. Kitsuo doing a really good job of unlocking his laners already before 10 minutes.
Oh boy, yeah, Livacious used the Q3, so that's an indicator for Barrick to start trading. Whoa, bot!
Oh, might be dead. Sandwich Ignite. He's still a bit of health. If he gets closer, one more auto could do it. Oh, barely sustaining himself.
Yeah, I think that... Oh, actually, it wasn't the Varus ultimate. I wonder how late in that Enthralled gained access to it, or if maybe this is just a spectator bug, because it feels to me that the Varus ultimate probably would have gotten them a kill. I don't know. He definitely had mana for it, too. I don't know. That's a little questionable. Just pushing them off of the turret, at least, is still an advantage. That's going to be another plate picked up at the same time. So, Enthralled very, very ahead in this game, even if he doesn't pick up any of those kills right there.
And on the opposite end, for Scoop, right, naturally not as excited of a game, but if you are in a Felvius, you're just hoping to get like at least a side lane after round 15, so you can just farm up, and especially to not allow Aporia to just snowball out of control. But they want to take us to game 3. They want to ensure that they can be able to show off everything they have. We were talking about Aporia had a pretty solid start, and in this group as well, things seem much closer than it seems. So I would not be surprised if we end up seeing another game after this. But NPC already up 1. Let's see how they recover from this tough early game.
Yeah, the one big point of strength for NPC, at least right now, is that top lane, where Barrack was able to get enough pressure to help out on the Rift Herald. Fortunately, giving up a lot of pressure bot side means the camps are free reign for Kitsuo. That Rift Herald may end up proving worthwhile. Kryra has that available to him. Potentially start breaking Barrack out of that top lane. I would love to see that, as this is a roaming champion with the ultimate for sure.
How are you gonna use the ultimate? Lands it onto 1, but it's just gonna be on the damage on Debonair under half. So under no real threat currently.
Yeah, Pop Possums is enough of a deterrent, though. It's a nice bit of survival that Aojun does have. Doesn't have to use the flash, and at least, yeah, he still has the flash. So if Lee Sin does come back, you can maybe flash and redirect any sort of kick that does come your way. Very tricky to actually kick a Nico and make a play when she does have the W available, though, I will say. This is one of those moments where you can get really embarrassed really quickly if you kick the wrong one. Same with Wukong, actually.
Right, and we've seen it happen already. Being deceived, duped, and deprived a couple of times throughout this entire series. There is magic going on for all the different options that we currently have as late as League of Legends. Because
Never believe it's not so, Ravish.
Exactly. There's always constantly an option between us. Because whether it's a clone, whether it's real, I believe it was Alex Russo who said everything is not as it seems. Because look, Barrack is here, and but maybe he could also be somewhere else.
Where the Raptors? Oh, those Raptors almost betrayed Debonair a bit, as he did. I think his W targeted onto them. Oh, crucial flash was scooped.
Yeah, they just stay alive. Gets the triple knock up, lands him in the middle. Gets the ultimate down, just some damage, and now that's a pop boss never hoped for. It's a fight the ball. It's a 1-for-1. Lands the grab at someone just to Kitsuo. But can they do more here, though, is the question. And Thrall still manages to get away when they need more CC to turn this fight around. And Kitsuo is charging on forward with the Cassante.
Oh, even charging further. As Livacious is trying to look for something else. Scooped does still have grab at him, so you definitely don't want to stick around in melee range of him. The extra crowd control can be pretty brutal. Aporia back away, just a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Barrack did not show his face there, so it gets to push in a couple more waves, nearly at 3 full plates on that one. Looks like somebody left the game. We may want to check and see if that pause lasted too long there.
I don't know if it...
We're all good.
Yeah. Nothing happened. No more stalling for us this time. Here's Maxington. Things are fine and dandy. As I believe Debonair has learned, that is indeed a fake. So, no more charms landing on anyone there either.
Yeah. Okay. So, Enthralled actually, like we were saying, can go for pretty much any item of all time on Varus, and he chooses Static Shiv. So we have our second Static Shiv of the game, but this time I think it actually will be an AP build. Apart from the Sivir that we saw earlier who did build Static Shiv, Varus can actually benefit from ability power on his abilities, most notably the burst damage thanks to the Blight stacks from W Pop. So looking forward to seeing what else he can build here.
Those Blight stacks can do a surprising amount of damage if you're not expecting it. But this time, the only thing that gets surprised is the first tier 1 turret, and Shelly as well. I don't think you're going to be able to get the second hit as Livacious engages the giant crab in combat? Is it
Yeah, I think.
what is? Yeah,
Some crustacean, I think,
sure.
at the very least.
I believe it.
Oh my
that
god.
lands?
That lands. You know what? I think the least fun thing about Nico is her root. I think Nico E is a problem. Everything else is really cool and fun. But that root just lasts way too long. It's like 3 seconds. Did you know that?
3
Like Morgana
seconds?
bind. Yeah. It's pretty gross.
Yeah, that is far too long. But Barrack this time though, like he's surprised by what Kitsuo can
nice.
do. Nice CC chain. Barrack's not going nowhere. A shutdown will be given over to Nautilus. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Scooped gets on the board with his 3rd kill.
Okay, Debonair has the Spirit Rush. Maybe one more over the wall. No. Got a little skittish around there and maybe waiting for Libacious to arrive.
This is tough.
Oh!
Oh, takes him over. Scooped on the wrong side of the neighborhood.
Yeah, wow. That is a very long distance that Gasante just dragged him to. Not really much you can do about that, other than maybe Aojun avenging you. So, hooray.
Hey, it's a Montrose game. As Aojun gets one back. It's trade after trade. Gets one, though, but it's not the sandwich, unfortunately. Aojun looking for the root back if you can. No cooldown up just yet. The Q managed to land. Finally gets the pot. And as we continue for Cryo as well. Super low.
Wow.
Back now in the fight. Onto Enthralled. No stun up just yet. They can't do anything. The root misses Enthralled. Bobbing and weaving and auto-attacking.
Aojun a bit of collateral damage there. It does fall to the Varus Q that cuts through his team. And now I think Cheese Chasers are too low to start up this Herald. Going to be a bit of annoying, taking their recalls a little bit further more. But, wow. Okay, that was a lot of fighting. We're seeing the early skirmish power of both of these teams come through. I think we're also seeing the benefit of this build from Enthralled. That damage was quite high on the execute damage from the Blight already, and it's gonna get even higher once he gets more ability power items. I think he's going for Nashor's Tooth next.
Can we get my time? Kick away for Kitsuo. Still stuck in the middle of the fight though. It'll be on to Aojun to take them up. Barrack now in the middle of it all. But thing is, he's far too in the middle, unfortunately. No assassination as the rest of the fight devolves. APR finds them all. Enthralled gets the far away freely. It's a double kill for him and sandwich under the target. Triple kill for Enthralled.
Oh my god. Okay, Aporia come alive in this game. 4 kills for 0. Even denying away that Rift Herald. They have the opportunity to go start it up for themselves now as Aojun is the only one alive. So they did know that it was Nico. Oh my god. No
I don't
way.
think they knew it was Nico.
No way.
Shut down the root still lands.
What?
Oh.
You knew it was Nico. All right. They knew. that's the only thing that champion can do. What?
Does he know?
Oh my.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they knew, Smax. I don't know why.
He's the only one alive.
No,
What?
they didn't know. It's okay. No, they didn't know. That's my
Just hit
narrative
tab.
of this.
He
trying
transformed
to
in
hit-
front of you. This is
Okay.
like 2-year-old object permanence that we're seeing right here.
Peekaboo. You know what? I feel like even if they knew, they thought that maybe Pop Blossom's down or something. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, because otherwise they also won't be able to understand it. Getting those 2 kills back is huge for NPC to stay relevant in the game. Enthralled though, being 6-2 is definitely a very dangerous time for the rest of the team. And if you look at it, Soul Point also on the docket for them. So they are going to have to fight the next 5 minutes over the next dragon. Should be able to open up this mid-tier 1 though, as the charge lands. And there we go.
Still a gold lead for the Cheese Chasers thanks to the heroics of Aojun's Nico. I do also want to remind everybody that Debonair just played an eco game where he was the one pulling off the mind games, and now he is falling victim to the same tricks that he just used. I don't know. I'm still upset about this, but it's okay. The Cheese Chasers, they find a couple more kills. This is a very powerful champion, it seems, for Aojun, and will need it to survive the rest of this game. As you mentioned, it is a sole point that Aporia are now on. One more Drake, and they get the illustrious Hextech Drake, which, in my opinion, is still easily the strongest of the souls. It's
Really?
quite a large damage increase. Yeah, it's basically Static Shiv, but for everybody, and it slows you, and it deals more damage.
That is very true. Yeah, Hextech Drake is very, very good. And it's getting this too will also allow them to just bolster their damage profile to extreme amount, especially with Enthrall and the lethal tempo, so they can just tear the people apart even more so. And for NPC, upon fighting in a choke, now gets even more dangerous with what they've been able to accomplish. Although it is nice with Aojun and Barrack and what they can do, especially with the Pop Blossom. But if Enthrall is alive, then things just are going to be devolve, I want to say, very quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I think Enthralled is easily the most important piece of the Aporia composition right now. Everyone else is kind of just fireworks and sleight of hand tricks in front of him while he's doing all of the damage. I bet if we had a damage chart, he would be very easily at the top, maybe alongside Aojun, who is trying to do some minion shenanigans now. So the Baron is available for the taking, expecting a big team fight to happen before that is even considered, though all the members of Aporia are more focused on taking down these turrets, specifically up top lane right now.
Yeah, instead you look towards Kitsuo in a 2v1 against Barrack. So with the rest of the team not converging, Kitsuo manages to get away. Fighting Livacious might be the toughest part, but the hook comes in. Debonair also around this corner. Livacious now gone. And Kitsuo the next target, but he manages to get out. They turn their attention to Cryogen. Ultimate lands, no one falls. Nico dead. A shutdown for Enthralled once again. But the rest now go into Debonair, not enough damage. And Scoop will take one back.
Oh, did you see the AP Farah's burst damage onto Aojun? This champion starting to get disgusting just on 2 items. Only one of them having AP on it at all. Aojun dead. Can't find anyone with the Pop Blossom. I don't even think the Pop Blossom popped there, as now he's got a Zonia's Hourglass to hopefully bolster that a bit. Scooped is, oh my
He's
god.
in trouble. Yeah, he might get Cryo. Nope, not enough time. Beck now comes in for the supports. That's one click given over. Cryon also around. Ooh. And with Cryon, they can do this. That's a double kill for Bears. The Pantheon is still very strong with 2 items. But now comes in some more members to help for Aporia. Livacious puts out the ultimate, gets the knockback. He's still dead. Barrack with a triple. And Debonair can't do anything else. The snipe doesn't land.
This has got to be the Baron right now for NPC. The Cheese Chasers are on the hunt for that buff. 4 members still alive. Scooped is going to be coming out of the base, and there's no teleports available for Aporia whatsoever. Not even a Spirit Rush for Debonair as he uses that just to escape. These fights have been incredibly scrappy as Scooped trying to outplay everything. It turns out he was just the expert bait for the rest of his team. Barrack Star falls from the sky, and Enthralled drops as the biggest damage dealer for his team. He can't afford to do that. Now a Baron on the side of the Cheese Chasers.
So close in between the 2 of them, and I find this Baron doesn't really even take them out of the fight. Because remember, we were saying already, for Aporia, they still have a lot of playmaking potential. Kitsuo has been running NPC ragged with what he's been able to set up. And if Enthrall is alive, the NPC will die. That has been my motto from what I've seen, and I stand by it as I hit my mic. But it still remains true, because he is a couple hundred away from getting Rabadon Series Max. His damage profile is going to be insane.
No. He's going the evil route in Infamous. He's using his lightning powers to kill all the NPCs.
I always went the evil route first in Infamous, and then the good. Because evil route's way more fun, yeah.
It is way more fun, it's true. And you get to be red. Like, who doesn't want to be Darth Sidious,
That's what I'm saying. Way cool, dude. Darth Maul was always my favorite in Star Wars and Revenge of the but he was way more interesting. Need to deny it. Kitsuo could do it. He's done this a lot of times before. Smite lands. What? Barrack takes it. And the Pop Blossom lands onto just 2 members though. Barrack's still on the side. Meanwhile, Sandwich is keeping everybody at bay. And Thrall is not in this fight. But now that he's around, a shutdown. But Barrack takes him back. Cryo Rush will be the next to fall as he's zoning out 3 more members by himself. A spear misses. But Barrack, the hero of this fight.
Aporia retreat to the other side of the wall, but there's Pantheon here cutting off the escape.
He's stopping it. He needs the E, the W up. One more taken. He's not going to let him get out of here. We've been talking about Barrack the entire time. Finally showing up for the days of UCI. Do a triple by the end. Barrack with the ace.
Huge shout to Sandwich for flash auto-attacking Debonair to cancel the Hexgate portal, bringing him to safety. That was my favorite part of the fight, absolutely. Barrack flying in from the skies. These ultimates have been beautiful for the Cheese Chasers. Now 7 kills, the most on his team. He's been in the lead this entire time against Livacious, and now it is coming into full force in every single one of these team fights. The Cheese Chasers, again, remain undefeated as these 5 players.
Yeah, it's... I don't know how they keep finding these certain angles, but it seems... in both game 1 and 2, right, they had one member who ran away with the game. One member who was such a power point that they allowed themselves to snowball this forward. And this one, it's Barrack. Barrack ahead in the lane. Barrack found 2 crucial kills and now with 3 items on his belt and able to zone out 3 members by himself in just that fight alone. He's become such a threat where Aporia, even though they haven't thralled, he can only stay alive for so long.
Yeah, his zone is going to be even better now, too, with a stopwatch. He's got additional stasis, and we've been... Oh, wait. That's the Nico ultimate.
Pop Blossom, and the root landing onto 2. There we go. A Cyclone to follow up. And here comes Barrack from the skies. One more. A godlike Pantheon as he descends upon the rest of Aporia. Debonair left around. But he can't just take this nice charm. But the E blocks the projectile. He will live for a couple seconds more.
I think this might be the end of the game, though. Barrack is going to recall and then teleport right in. Aporia only has 1 member alive. This bot lane inhibitor is about to fall. Oh, I think they're going to set their sights on the mid lane inhibitor instead. Actually, just trying to clean this one up. Not wanting to risk all of the spawns coming through, as the Cheese Chasers are definitely about to make this one a 2-0-2-0 game in Group C.
A tough start here once again, where you saw Enthralled and Cryogen running that bot lane. 2 early kills, and with Kitsuo finding ways to unlock Debonair across the map too, we were thinking, okay, Aporia's found their pace. They know what to do. They can count the NPC, but for some reason, the Spartans just were not accounted for. Those 300 members down to 1. Still keep on fighting.
I think for Barrack, this really does come down to what we were saying before about how he's always been a very impressive player on many of the teams that he's played on, but I think this is easily the best one that he has been the top laner for. The Cheese Chasers, they are seeded 7th in this event, which does mean that they're expected not to make it into that top 4, and top 4, of course, as a reminder, does make it into promotion tournament, which is where all of these teams are gunning. So if the Cheese Chasers can upset all of that and keep moving forward past this, then that would be really, really impressive considering the stakes that are here, especially considering if they win this game, they're against Team Ambition, which I think will be a huge, fun test for us all to watch.
With Team Ambition, like we just saw before as well too, it took them... They played some very interesting games, right? So I do have to wonder how NPC will look against them, because they played things not as like tumultuously, but still some really interesting comeback mechanics, which once they go up against one another, the clashing styles will be the word I want to say will probably leave us all bewildered.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
We're definitely on the cusp of another big team fight. Drake spawning in 5 seconds is, of course, still Aporia's Drake soul that they could have. So we have a stare down of wards.
I think they know that that's Arjun. Yeah.
Pretty sure they do, yeah. But do they know that the Drake is being traded for the Baron? That's the big question.
I think they might have figured it out now. They take the Drake, so it's second hex tech for themselves. It's still pretty slow, and halfway across the rift goes in Barrack. He survives a couple seconds. A huge Pop Blossom! 3 members knocked up, but nobody is dead. And Thrall not the first to fall. A double for Debonair, and now comes and scooped with a giant Moonlight Vigil. Libation will be the last one to fall. Finally, Kara takes it. That should be Baron, but they might not even need it as they're inside the base and ace for themselves. NPCs will take the 2-0 against Aporia.
Very, very nice map plays to shut Aporia's soul win condition down and close this series out. A couple of games, both lasting about 30 minutes, and this is a clean 2-0 for the Cheese Chasers. Absolutely love to see it.
We thought we were going to be the long stream once again today, Smacks, but seems as though, we, after the first game of the day, ball team decided, you know what, we get to just vibe out for the rest. Big shout out to the NPCs for the second game and how they scaled, and for Aporia as well. Great game plans. I respected how they, pivoted so heavily, and I'm always a big fan of Kitsu's Lee Sin, but this could not account for the Pantheon and eventually the Nico as well, as you couldn't even tell who she is half the time.
Very, very fun time. Shout out Cheese Chasers. I'm really looking forward to that game against Team Ambition. I think that's going to be one of the best series that we see in the group stage. If these series were any indicator of that, as you said, though, we are not the long stream today. It is Rally Cry Official, who is about to enter their 3rd game of that series. Let me see, that is Apex Mission Impossible versus Miracle. And yeah, they just started the draft, so really looking forward to that set. I hope you all enjoy that one as well. I think we're going to be raiding over to that channel in just a little bit.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm looking to wonder to see if we're going to get an interview. I don't know if we are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I believe we are. Okay, cool. So, I mean, I'm honestly cool with anybody at all, personally, in terms of the interview. You know what? I know Barrack's a pretty stoic guy. I don't know what he'll want to say to us personally about his Pantheon. But yeah, I think he could be fun. Aside from that, any other thoughts that you had as well, Smacks?
Not really. I'm looking forward to the interview. I'm looking forward to the game that's happening on Rally Cry Official as well, and hope everyone else is too. It's gonna be a fun rest of the day. What we got?
Sure. Yeah. Let's set up the interview as well for ourselves. But thank you all for watching. We'll be back with Barrack. See you soon. Bye for now. Welcome on back once again, homies. We have with us Barrick with the interview. Barrick,
Hello,
say
hello.
something.
Hello.
Incredible. That's all I wanted. I'll go ahead and start us off. Barrick, did you have fun today watching the other team not be able to play the game as soon as you hopped onto the screen?
Of course, it was lovely.
Could you talk a bit more about the Pantheon lore and how people just aren't playing it enough, and just sell me on the Church of Pantheon?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this champ has any counters right now, besides like 1 or 2 champs, but can't leak.
Definitely what
Valid.
Cassante looked like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of Cassante's worst matchups.
Yeah, I mean, it
Yeah.
definitely felt that way. You had him close to death underneath his turret very, very early on in that game.
Yeah.
So we've seen you play on a bunch of rosters in these qualifiers. What do you think the biggest difference is on this team compared to other ones that you've played on, like the UCI rosters and like the other ones before that had some of your teammates at school on there?
If I were blunt, it's just Jungle Gap. Kara's really good.
Yeah, he seems really good. That Graves game was nasty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you still over at school right now? Are you still at UCI over the summer?
Oh no, I'm at home right now.
Where's home?
California.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Still pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You don't have to give me the exact location. I'm not trying to dox you.
I wasn't sure.
I was wondering about ping. You know, because it's over
yeah.
like 60 over there. You know, but
Yeah.
still wrecking people on the Pantheon. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pretty solid stuff. But Barrick, final question for you, my friend. Wanted to see is going into this qualifiers. Would you say there's any player that you find that you're like, man, you're no fun, Kastui, and you want to make sure to go ahead and put them in the place?
I mean, I don't really have anything against anyone, but
Oh,
All right.
yeah,
I mean,
sorry.
that's a good way to be, you know? No like big rivalries or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Who is your best friend on a different team in this
there you go.
qualifier?
That's nice question.
On a different team. Best friend. I don't think I have anyone.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
Barrick,
Maybe
you
like
gotta get
maybe
you out
like
there and meeting people.
maybe like Kachu. I talked to him
Okay.
a bit
Okay.
at the
There you
AG
go.
Combine.
That's great. All right,
Kachu's
yeah.
cool.
Well,
Yeah.
you're playing against him next. How are you
yeah,
feeling
true.
about that match against Team Ambition?
Yeah.
No ego, but I think we can win. Whether it's
Okay,
2-1 or
okay.
2-0.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. I think it's going to be pretty close. I'm really looking forward to that one. Going to be an exciting one next week. I think Group C is one of the most fun ones that we've seen. Even though it was 2-2-0s, you guys made it interesting both times, especially the Team Ambition game. I don't know if you were watching
yeah.
those. That was
Yeah.
a
I
messy
didn't get
series.
to watch.
It was a fun time overall, but hey, I'm glad you got some homies out there in the roster, and I'm glad you're looking at being able to play with a couple of people, especially ones that you played at a combine with. Homies, if you're out there watching, reach out to Barrick on Twitter, become his friend, so that he has a to play up against.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or be his rival as
or
well.
be his
Start
rival
some
too.
beef.
That would make
True,
it way
true.
more exciting as well. You can go ahead and tweet at Barrick and let him know whether you want to be his friend or his rival, so that we can have a list all together. But Barrick, thank you for joining us today. This is very, very fun, and good
Yeah,
luck to
I
you when you
appreciate
face
it.
up against your one friend Kachu.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrick.
Bye,
GG's. And thank you to everyone for watching the show today as well.
Yeah.
We mentioned it before we got into the interview, but there is another game in the qualifiers going on right now. It is Miracle versus Apex Mission Impossible. So definitely check that out. I do believe we're going to be raiding over to that channel
Yep.
in just a moment. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you all once again for watching. I'm Raptor Garbage. That's Smacks. Thank you for production. Let's go watch Hawk Battery and Grapes say words about League of Legends. Bye for now. Keep watching League of
See ya.
Legends. NACL is going on too. Watch that too. Yay.